All right, I would now like to call to order the June 5th, 2024 meeting of the Indiana State Board of Education. Roll call, please.
Mr. Bess.
Here.
Ms. DeLosa.
Here.
Mr. Durham.
Present.
Dr. Ernest.
Present.
Mr. Gastineau.
Here.
Ms. Hamill.
Here.
Mr. Mapes.
Here.
Ms. Moat is absent. Ms. Rentschler.
Here.
Mr. Watts.
Here.
And Dr. Jenner.
Here.
Thank you.
Let's please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance. Okay, is there a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
I would like to move item 6 to item 7 today, so just kind of flip those two.
Okay, 6, so we'll do our discussion items first, and then we'll do public comment.
Yes.
And that will allow any updates. People can certainly respond to some of that. So yeah, so I'll take that motion. Is there a second?
Second.
The motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries. Is there a motion to approve the minutes from the May 28th, 2024 meeting?
So moved. Second.
The motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Well, first of all, to our board members and folks in the audience, if you're wondering why a couple of our board members are flickering, we have some folks in Indiana, we have some folks in Washington, D.C., and we have one across overseas doing a learning training in Europe. So if you're wondering why the connectivity from time to time looks like it does, that's why. But still, it's technology always amazes me that we're still able to connect. So glad our board members online could join us today. Well, to everyone in the room, and I think at this point, almost everyone in our state, is we're officially to summer. So we had a fantastic school year. And I'm very echoey. Is it echoey to you all out there? I feel like I'm in a cave. Nothing like hearing your voice back in your head, in your ears, I should say. Is it better? Test, test. It's better for sure. And I have a loud voice, so I guess I could take my volume down too. But we had a fantastic school year and cannot begin to thank our educators, our parents and families, our students, our staff who help make everything work, whether it's our bus drivers or even our custodians. If you saw Mr. Richard on America's Got Talent, everyone really contributes to making our schools successful. And so a huge thank you. On Friday night, just this past Friday, I had the opportunity to join about 1,000 teachers here in Indianapolis for the end of the school year Get Your Teach On celebration. It is pretty incredible, the energy when you get 1,000 teachers in the room, especially when many of them had their last day of school. It was a very fun environment. And what we did was celebrate the work of we had 12 collaboration sites across the state. And a collaboration site is something that schools apply to be a part of. And Get Your Teach On, for those of you who don't know, is a highly sought after professional development. And their Get Your Teach On, the group really elevates our educator profession. And so we had a lot of different applicants of schools who wanted to be a part of it. So it was a celebration of these schools completing their year. Hope and Wade King are the leaders of that, and we just so appreciate their partnership with Indiana. Also, I'd like to share a few updates since our last meeting. I shared a lot of this in the May 17th newsletter that I wrote to anyone who wants to subscribe can always read that, and it's online if you are not a subscriber but would like to. So I detailed a lot of what I'm going to share with you at a high level. So if you want more information, please go to that. But it was really powerful over the past couple, probably 6 weeks to 8 weeks, to really listen to our educator community and really strike the balance between how do we overcome the crisis that we have with reading, knowing that teachers are our greatest asset when it comes to helping our students learn to read, and balance that with the training that we really need to get done in order to improve our student learning. And so I had a lot of feedback, which we greatly appreciate. And we were able to identify 4 key themes that I outlined again in that May 17th letter, and I'll also high-level outline today. The 4 themes that we really heard, number 1 was about synchronous versus asynchronous training options. And for that one in particular, we have a new law that goes into effect on July 1st that removes an in-person training requirement. So as soon as that July 1st law is enacted, we are adding a significant number of asynchronous trainings. We will be able to accommodate any teacher wishing to participate in an asynchronous option. I will tell you, and I've said this publicly multiple times over the years, as a high school teacher, I taught business classes. As a high school teacher, I was never taught how to teach kids to read. And yet I still remember in my classroom, I would have students who would struggle to read. And so I think one of the things that I've committed to, and I'm going to say it publicly so you can hold me accountable, I plan to work through this training as well asynchronously, because again, it's I think about time that I learn as well. It's something that I think we have to all be in on to make sure students in Indiana can read, and so I plan to do that training as well, and again, it's open to any other educator who's interested. It will be, we'll keep that open. It's a huge priority. The second area that we really heard a lot about is flexibility for teachers who have a PK6 parent license, but who do not currently teach PK5 literacy. It's amazing talking to several different high school teachers who have that PK6 parent license. They would say, I thought I was one of the only ones in the state. And then all of a sudden, right, you have something like this, and multiple people raise their hand who also have a similar situation. So based on conversations, we did increase flexibility there. And so if a teacher teaches PK5 literacy, PK5, they would be required to earn that early literacy endorsement in order to renew their license, which again is in 2020, July 1, 2027, or whenever their license expires. But then for others, it would be an optional training. The third big area of focus that we heard about regarded concerns about the praxis and what happens if a teacher does not pass. I will tell you, this was absolutely the trickiest one to solve. Because we have significant amount of flexibility with our trainings, we're trying to determine how might we have a consistent quality measure. And so what we plan to do is have several meetings with educators, have an advisory committee to work through various options on that. The fourth big theme that we heard about is please have additional no-cost training options. And I explained this a little bit last board meeting, but just to reemphasize again, the Indiana state budget runs on a 2-year cycle. So the last budget that the General Assembly passed was from 2023 through 2025. And then the General Assembly will go in session in January 2025 and pass the 2025 to 2027 budget. So I'm always really, really careful to not overpromise and underdeliver. And so I know what our budget is right now. Our budget right now covers all of us until July 1 of 2025. And then we will advocate big time, obviously, in the coming session in January. So certainly you can count on that we will continue to advocate that this training moves forward as long as we need it. And then again, I know that was very quick and high level, but more information can be found if you Google my newsletter on May 17th. It's all there. We also have had quite a few questions about educator prep programs. And I know the board has a consent agenda item today that touches on educator prep programs. So while it's super important that we provide all the support we can for our current educators, we also have to be mindful of our future educators who are either considering education or going to go through one of our ed prep programs. So they are actively working right now to prepare their courses on science of reading, and then they will start next year with science of reading coursework if they have not already. Some, by the way, already have. And then the State Board of Ed, while we do have some approvals for like accreditation today, once that science of reading implementation year happens, we will have additional evaluations of all of our educator prep programs looking at science of reading. So more to come on that, but I just wanted to give you a high level update. And by the way, if it looks like I'm tearing up over here, I have allergies. I don't know if anybody else does. So if I'm like sniffling and wiping, it's real. But today's presentations, we have a couple. Number one, we're going to hear from Diana Smith and team. She's director of our digital learning team. She's going to talk about Indiana's first artificial intelligence powered platform grant. So that will be coming up. And then we'll also hear from Ron Sandlin, who was our lead on the Rethinking High School and gathering feedback and listening and making tweaks. He's going to provide some updates on the proposed diploma requirements, and then an idea that we're contemplating based on stakeholder feedback. And again, you all, just to give you a sense, we're still on that first draft. And I know that I've shared on repeat that our goal is we have to complete the process by December. And I'd shared that we're shooting to vote in September. We are going to take the time necessary to listen, travel the state, hear from you. So we're probably looking at later in the year to make sure we take that quality time to listen. Okay, on that note, any board member comments and reports?
Katie, if I could.
Yes, sir. Mr. Watts.
As the school year comes to the end, I always reflect, and one of the things I got to do this year was go up to Bluffton. I know Steve Baker's in the crowd here. Hey, Steve. Steve invited me up to be principal for a day. I hope I didn't mess things up too bad. But that's always the most fun to me, when you get to go into a traditional high school and see the programs that he's built in a traditional high school. It is an example for the state. So great things happen in Bloomington, and it's always nice to be up there and be reminded why or Bloomington, I apologize, Bluffton, kind of why we do what we do. So it's nice to get back in with kids and see kids and be around kids, and that's awesome. So thank you for that.
Yeah, and BJ, I'm glad you brought that point up. Steve Baker has always been very deliberate in making sure every year he has a principal of the day. I think I was maybe 4 years ago or so. And that's something that I would encourage others to consider as well. Anytime that we can, as schools, showcase the good work that is happening, we should. So consider, if they have questions, Steve, they can reach straight out to you, Steve Baker at Bluffton. He's been doing it for years, and it's a great opportunity to see what's happening in our schools in the day-to-day. So thanks for calling that out. Any other board member? Yes, William, Mr. Durham.
Just want to name and congratulate all of the 2024 graduates. This class was the class that entered high school in the middle of the pandemic. So just want to say congratulations to all of those students for their resilience and perseverance making it through high school.
Great call out. Thank you so much, William. Anyone else? All right, let's move forward and to the consent agenda. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
With a motion and a second, any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries. All right. So now we're going to shift into discussion items, and we'll start, Diana, with your team if you want to come on up. And as she comes up, I'll give the room just a basic level set. In spring of 2023, we absolutely were hearing from educators in our classrooms about the impacts of AI. And those of you who are especially probably in middle school and high school classrooms are living that. And so we talked to a variety of teachers, and in one district in particular really stands out. The teachers at Hobart, we hopped on a call with them, and they were trying to solve the question of how might we, if AI is here, how might we leverage AI for the good? Like how could it help us solve some of the problems? And so that really inspired our team to launch a statewide competitive grant to see if other schools also wanted to solve some of the challenges. And the two problem statements that we really we're focused on, number one is how do we leverage AI to decrease teacher workload? You'll hear them talk about some of the data that our teachers and others have shared. And then the second question is how might we leverage AI to increase student tutoring, like one-on-one? So those were really our two leading questions. And today, the board, you're going to hear at the same time I do some of the results and what we found out. So Diana, if you could introduce your team, and we're excited to hear.
Good morning, thank you. I'm Diana Smith, Director of Digital Learning, and I'm here with two of my digital learning colleagues. We have Matt White and Heather Herring to talk to you today about the AI pilot grant that Dr. Jenner gave a high-level overview that kicked off in the fall of 2023. So today's presentation will share with you the guiding considerations that's really driving our support for generative AI specifically in K-12 classrooms across the state.
Can we pause? I know my voice is louder. Can you all hear her? Okay, great. Keep going. Yep.
We will provide with an overview of the grant goals and kind of show you some numbers to consider the reach that the funding for this grant had across the state. Heather is going to share with you some data. We were able to conduct a survey with the teachers that participated in this pilot, so we have a preliminary report for you on some of that information. And then my team was lucky enough to travel all over the state and visit a bunch of the schools that participated in the pilot. So Matt is going to share with you some of the stories when we were in the classrooms watching students and teachers interact with these AI platforms. And then we'll close with some thoughts to consider moving forward in support of generative AI, the thoughtful and the innovative and the safe use of AI platforms. So the digital learning team collaborates with Dr. Keller's team, specifically Brad Hagg, and the teaching and learning team to create messaging and guidance and professional development opportunities around the tools that we're talking about today. And all of our efforts are really rooted in AI literacy, which is why you'll see that it has its own bullet on the screen here. situated within the larger context of computer science. We are working to expand access to these safe and ethical tools for both students and for teachers. And we are also being transparent in providing the data in the research around how these efforts are going, which is what brings us here today. So the AI-powered platform pilot grant invited schools to apply for one-time funding to purchase a generative AI platform of their choosing that, as Dr. Jenner mentioned, has really two goals. So schools could decide on a platform that met their own local needs that did two things. First, the platform had to provide students with one-to-one high-dosage tutoring. It needed to engage with students as a learning coach. And it also, the same platform, had to be able to support teachers in time-saving tasks, like instructional-related tasks such as designing lesson plans, creating rubrics, helping with feedback, and Heather is going to dig into some of the functions that the platforms had to support teachers in those time-saving pieces. So what you're looking at right now are some numbers that represent a high-level reach of what these funds were able to do for this effort. The first number, we had 2,500 teachers participating in this pilot, and we're really excited about this number because around 90% of those 2,500 teachers did not have any experience using a platform similar to the one they got to use for the pilot prior to the pilot. It's also really important because those 2,500 teachers received training that was rooted in pedagogy and AI literacy. 36 different school corporations received funding for the AI platform, which represents 112 unique school buildings, and around 45,000 students across the state had access to a platform. So this really was a true pilot because, again, schools were able to select a platform that met their local needs. But we wanted to make sure that we were partnering with school corporations to select AI vendors that were safe and high quality. So the digital learning team developed a list of vendor requirements. Not only did the platform that schools choose have to be student-facing with the one-to-one tutoring and also to support teachers in those time-saving tasks, but the vendors also had to meet all of the requirements outlined in this document. So I'll share just a couple of things. There's a lot of stuff in there as we drive for high-quality adoption of these AI tools. But we wanted the vendors to be able to provide professional development for teachers, really within the context of blended learning in AI literacy and pedagogy. They had to be safe for children to use. They have to protect child data. They also have to have a data reporting feature. And of course, there are a lot of other things on here. But my team has continued to update these vendor requirements as we drive to support schools to partner with high-quality vendors so that as we learn more about AI and as the platforms change and as the landscape of AI in our state changes, we want these to really protect that high quality and safe and ethical procurement. So we're updating these consistently to align with additional efforts to stand up additional access. So the 5 vendors that you're looking at on the screen right now, these are the vendors that were approved for funding inside of the competitive grant process. Again, these met all of the vendor requirements. They are student-facing, helpful for teachers, but they all meet the needs of the local school corporations that they identified themselves.
What's the symbol?
On the bottom?
Yeah.
That's Conmigo.
Okay.
Yeah, Khan Academy's answer. In fact, that was the vendor that had the most schools participating. Of the 36 school corporations, 20 of them were using Conmigo. So these vendors have a number of different focus areas. Some of them focus on math or literacy. One focuses on AI literacy specifically. One focuses on college and career exploration. Some of them provide writing coaching and some other areas of focus. But I'm going to turn it over to Heather now, and she's going to share with you some of that prelim data from the teacher survey.
Thank you, Diana. So with this being a pilot, we really wanted to get direct feedback from the teacher perspective, and we used an online survey to do so. So the teacher feedback survey was open to all teachers as part of the pilot. It included both closed and open-ended questions, and it focused on both the challenges and the strengths for teachers and students. And we received 625 survey responses. Here you will see some of the types of utilized teacher tasks, and unsurprisingly, lesson planning, differentiation, and subject area knowledge support were in the top 3. So we also wanted to ask about overall impact, and the next few slides will cover that. So 53% rated either positive or very positive on the impact on both student learning and teaching practices. And this really reflects what we're seeing nationally, if not a bit higher than some national numbers. And then the remaining 47% for both questions is mostly neutral. And to get some further context on the impact on teaching practices, we asked an open-ended question related to this. And here you will see the top 6 most frequent answers, with saving time in the #1 slot. A lot of teachers talked about how using this for their own tasks, like the task on the previous slide, really saved them a significant amount of time that they could then use to assist students who are struggling, and it promoted a better work-life balance. And then items 2 through 5 here, those are also closely related to saving time, because using the AI platforms for generating content, differentiating instruction, tracking data, and communicating with both parents and colleagues saved them a significant amount of time. And then the last item being extra practice for students. Teachers talked about how the platforms helped bring students up to speed and reinforce the lessons that they were doing in the classroom.
So just a point of clarification, if you could go back a slide. So this is what teachers shared. The results of the AI pilot were it saved them time, not they were hoping for it.
Yes.
They said it did.
This
Okay,
is what they said they
Thank you
did.
for that clarity.
Of course.
Can I ask one question? Was that standard like K through 12, or did you see a difference in the grade bands where, okay, K5 thought this, 6-8 thought this, and 9-12 thought this?
That's a
Or was
really
it
good-
standard across?
That's a really good question. So the saving time in particular was across all grade levels. We'll dive further into
Okay, I'm
some of
sorry.
those details in the final report that will be coming out later this summer.
And I know this is just a preview to the
Yes.
final report, but I'm sure for educators in the room or watching, and I heard Pat as an active superintendent say, "What is that one down there?" For those that are thinking about a future investment, will our report share some specific vendor examples that teachers appreciated?
So we are in the process of getting some of the vendor data, and that will be included in the final
Okay.
report.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course. So we asked a similar question, an open-ended question on the impact for students, and these are all the top 6 responses that we got from teachers. So, of course, tutoring, guidance, and feedback, that's in the #1 spot. Teachers talked a lot about how they appreciated that the platforms guided students through questions or through problems without actually giving them the answer, so that tutoring aspect, and also gave targeted feedback to students. And then students also really enjoyed using the platform. Some teachers talked about how some students even requested to use it often, so that buy-in was really present. And then extra practice and support comes up again here, because the platforms help students review past content that wasn't yet mastered, take practice quizzes, and assist with homework and much more. And then, as with all of the data we've talked about today, while this is self-report from teachers, some teachers did feel that the students using the platform showed academic improvement, as well as increased independence and confidence, because teachers reported that students could take ownership of their learning by asking AI questions on their own, and the extra practice helped them feel more confident in their abilities. And then lastly, personalized learning is here, because teachers talked about that it gave the ability to tailor to both student pace and level.
Before you switch, I just want to pull a thread, what Diana Smith was talking about earlier, about how, your team spent a lot of time making sure the safety and security precautions were in place. And I think that's really, really important, because when we think about AI as a country or as a world, if you go on, and teachers know this especially, if you ask ChatGPT a question, as an example, the response is going to be very different than if you ask one of these very specifically designed educator learning AI platforms. And so one of the things that that we've asked our teachers and students, and Hobart really talked about, is in many cases they tried to like break it, right? Like, let me see if it will give me political advice, or things that we really try to, or it's something inappropriate. And because that's, of course, what students are going to, some of them, not all of them, might go to. And we have to make sure that it's a safe environment. And I wanted to highlight that because I think that is, in many cases, what has given our teachers really more comfort in letting the educator AI platform provide some of the tutoring guidance and feedback without being right there. So just a little pulling a thread from what Diana, you really hit on, to how it's very, very different than like a ChatGPT.
And we saw that a lot in the data. The teachers mentioned that pretty frequently. So thank you for that. So we also asked about specific platform aspects the teachers liked the most for student use, and this really mirrors some of the impact slides that we've already covered. So, the first spot being tutoring, the AI tutor, the feedback capabilities present in the platforms, and then lastly, personalization options. And then, of course, as with any EdTech tool, it's important to address the pitfalls and know that it won't work perfectly 100% of the time, and AI is no exception. So here you'll see the top 3 challenges that the teachers talked about. The first one being with how the actual platforms are designed. Specifically, some teachers reported that it was difficult for both themselves and their students to navigate, particularly younger students. And then microphone issues also occurred. Sometimes students, their speech was not recognized accurately, and that led to some frustration. And then in the last slot, there wasn't as much content for some subject areas compared to others. And so these challenges are related to the platforms themselves rather than the pilot implementation, so we do plan to share this feedback directly with the vendors. And I will turn it over to Matt to talk about the pilot school visits.
All right, thank you. In addition to all of the data that we've been talking about, we wanted to make sure that our team had a chance to have some experiences at some of these schools. We were able to receive lots of invitations so that we could see things from the student perspective, from the teacher perspective. So we were able to visit, like Dr. Jenner said, all parts of the state and different grade levels. And I think you'll see some of these stories really do connect to the data that we just saw. Heather talked about feedback a lot, and that was one example we really saw was at Newcastle High School, where the students were really being taught the different ways to prompt the AI tutor in order to get different kinds of feedback. So they were putting pieces of their writing into the AI platform and prompting it in a certain way to get different types of feedback back about their work. So one student talked about using it to improve the verb choices in her writing. Another one talked about using it to improve the sentence structure. A third student talked about kind of at one point being stuck on an assignment, and I'm sure we all know kind of what that feels like, and so she was able to use that AI tutor to kind of get herself unstuck. So really there, seeing students feeling independent, feeling empowered, and being able to do some of that problem solving with that AI platform. We also saw the student experience in Perry Township, where we visited a couple of different schools that were using the platform with their third grade students. Got a chance to speak to one of the teachers for a while who really talked about the success that, in particular, one of her students was having a student that was an English learner at a proficiency level 1, and this student was able to participate in the activities on the platform. He was able to really learn the things that he needed to learn, work on the skills that he needed to work on, and was excited to be able to do the same things that the rest of the class was doing as well. In the school city of Mishawaka at Liberty Elementary School, they were using this platform with all of their students from grades K through 3, and then really had targeted support to students in grades 4 through 6 who, they had determined needed that support. So we were lucky to kind of get a chance to watch a video with some of the students talking about their experience with the platform. So a quote here from a first grader. He said, "It's cool because it's making me read better. I got better and better and better." And then a sixth grader, in the same, similarly, but of course, in a different way, he put it to progress. "I just try to read fluently after a story. It will show you your speed and accuracy." So in both of those quotes, in different ways, we see students taking ownership of their learning, taking ownership of that progress, which was really neat to see. Diving a little bit more into that area of feedback and teacher support, right, that Heather talked about, both the student support and the teacher support side. At Monroe Central School Corporation, not a school that we visited, but this teacher contributed to a learning lab workshop that we held, and she really stressed the importance of that immediate feedback, both for students, right, as they were working on things, but then also for the teacher. So she was using it in math, and as students were working, she was able to get immediate feedback that she could use to inform the different decisions that she was making. A quote from her, she said, "A student doesn't have to wait on a teacher to help see if they've done it right." And then she also talked about the importance of students being able to use this platform at home, where, in upper level math, a lot of times parents don't have the background knowledge to be able to support. And so the students were able to use that platform at home to have some of that support in that environment. She really talked about the importance of that in the moment feedback, and which we know can be really extremely powerful and valuable. Finally, Dr. Jenner mentioned Hobart High School. We talked to one of the science teachers there. She really talked about how the platform had kind of re-energized her. It was definitely, she called it a welcome opportunity. One really interesting piece there was that they had a clear focus on evaluating the outputs of AI, which is a key part of AI literacy, like Diana was talking about. Just like when we're on the internet, we can come across information that's not entirely accurate. That's possible with AI as well. And in fact, while we were there was one example of a student kind of getting information that wasn't quite accurate. But this teacher had really taught the students that they needed to be the one who was, double checking things, who was, making that final decision about the information that they were receiving. So in addition to that, this teacher also talked about how helpful it was for automatic differentiation. She was able to, provide an assignment, and the AI tutor was able to help support, giving students who needed more of a challenge, that challenge, and then providing, more support for students who needed that. So, we really appreciated all of the schools that welcomed us in. They were able to share a lot of their experiences, things they had learned, what was effective, and what they wanted to continue to build on. And I'll go ahead and turn it back over to Diana.
Thanks, Matt. So this was just the very first effort in supporting generative AI use cases in the state. And before we close, I just want to bring it back to the driving pillars that are guiding our efforts to continue this work. We are going to continue to expand on our messaging and our guidance, partnering with computer science and AI experts in the field, providing more professional development opportunities in the Indiana Learning Lab. Of course, all of those things continuing, I have to just say it one more time, really rooted in AI literacy. We're looking for additional ways to provide more access to these safe tools for students and teachers. So far, we have done that in 2 different ways. First, our largest grant that comes out of our office is the Digital Learning Grant, and about half of the schools earning the Digital Learning Grant during this round are focused on that AI priority in a very similar way. And we also have a grant open right now that gives access to students who are full-time enrolled in alternative education programs or schools, an AI-powered tutor. So we're really excited about that, and we will continue to follow up all of our efforts with that transparency through data and research reporting. And as Heather mentioned, the final report for our AI pilot will be issued in late summer. So we appreciate your support in this frontier innovation, and we welcome any additional questions that you might have.
Yeah, so Ms. Hamel.
Yes, no question, but just wanted to commend you guys for pushing in this area. I work with a lot of higher ed institutions, and it's concerning to me that they're blocking it from their campuses, and I just love that K-12 in Indiana is leading in this space. And I also love how thorough you're going about the governance side of it, and starting with literacy and the AI literacy. So thank you. Keep going. Thank you.
Thank you, Iris. Any other comments? Byron?
Katie? Hey, thank you, and thanks to all of you for this project. I do have a question for whoever wants to take it. I've been trying to think about how to ask this question, but I love the work that you're doing because, one, we know that teaching about AI is as important, if not more important, than teaching with AI, and I love that that's really the approach that you've taken with this. And also know that we really want lawful, ethical, robust sites and things to work with AI. And we know we need that privacy, replication, and bias. And so right now, I'm actually working on a project with the Federation of American Scientists and a policy sprint, if you will. I would love to know, because right now everybody's talking about regulations and different things. And I love the fact that you're getting teacher data because they're the actual users. So it always worries me when somebody starts to want to make laws and regulations that aren't teachers and don't know how to use this. Do you have any thoughts right now? So my question is, do you have any thoughts right now on what would scare you, or what regulations would you not like to see given what you've seen with this project right now? I appreciated having the PowerPoint early from David and Katie. I bragged on you out there, but I would love to know, would there be anything from that lawmakers could do from a regulation standpoint that would scare you right now, given what you've seen with this project?
So I know that's a loaded question, and you're looking at me like, whoa, just give your opinion. I mean, whatever, you are a leading expert and kind of our go-to in this. So having spoken to hundreds of teachers and knowing what you know, what would you say?
Yeah, I think any policy just has to keep humans in the loop, from co-designing these platforms with educators who are using them in the classroom so that they provide the right types of data and have the right functions. AI is only going to be successful if teachers are the ones making decisions about how to implement it in the classroom. So we just need to make sure that that human loop is present in all of our decisions and policies.
Yeah, good. And, you know, one thing on that note, I read an Ed Week article, Time Flies, a few months ago, and it said, gosh, it was probably a year ago actually, it said 87% of America's teachers have never had any AI training, but yet it's here, right? We know it's here and it's going to be here. So I just appreciate not only your team, but the 2,500 teachers who raised their hand and said, let's give it a shot. They're not only on the forefront of driving this for Indiana, but it's much bigger than that. It's national and even the world, and what it could be and the improvements we need to see. So just a huge thank you to you and all the teachers who are helping us think through this. Iris, you're leaning in.
Yeah, just one more quick thought. I work closely with TechPoint, and oftentimes the CTOs or CIOs will talk about how they're applying AI in their workspace. It might be interesting to provide resources from the industry perspective and different pathways and how AI is being used in those industries. So just a thought bubble on, I know this is specifically for classroom and tutoring, but I think it's really important we teach students how it's showing up in the workplace as well.
Absolutely, yes.
So,
thank you. Yep.
Can we create, or do we have?
You might have to pull your mic up just a little
Sorry,
bit.
can we create, or do we have like a video? Like, it's always good for me to hear from those teachers that used it and say, okay, this is what I loved about it, this is what I liked, this is what I didn't like about it. So where that may give a comfort level to those folks that aren't comfortable with it yet to say, hey, this is how we used it, this is what, because we could knock out in 2 minutes what it may take us 2 weeks to explain if we just heard from those people that actually used it every day. I know it's a big ask because it's summertime, but.
Matt, you want to respond to that?
Yeah, I think that's, certainly a project that we could look at. We were able to, connect with at least 14 different school corporations, and so kind of know a lot of the people there who were, instrumental and then also putting that into effect. So I think that'd be something we could pursue.
Yeah, we could even, look at doing that in the fall, once students and teachers are back in session and get in and actually see some of that. Yeah.
I just think it's really, it's powerful when it's short clips, because, if you send me an email that's 4 pages long, I'm not going to read it.
Right.
But
That's
if
good to
you-
know.
Thanks,
Sorry,
BJ.
BJ.
Except from you.
I'm kidding.
But if it's a quick hitting clip, I feel like that may give some more people some comfort.
Yeah, absolutely.
Awesome.
Hey, thank you. We sure appreciate it. All right, let's go ahead and have Ron Sandlin, if you could come on up and provide, Ron's going to provide a high level of where we are today with our diploma. We are still in, as I mentioned at the start of this meeting, we are still in a first draft mode. We will have to do a second draft and a final draft. So we are a ways away from landing this. The ink is not dry at all. And now is the time for constructive feedback. So, Ron, do you just want to share a high-level update and where we are? That'd be great. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Dr. Jenner. And before I begin, there's been multiple folks at this podium talking about this particular topic, and so would just reiterate that I currently stand on the shoulders of giants, folks who have come before me and who are still here and partnering with all of us to do this really important work. And so just wanted to express my gratitude and appreciation for all that work that's gone in. So for today's presentation, I want to continue to ground us, and we'll start with the why, the vision. What are we pursuing through our policy initiative? Then give a quick high-level overview of the initial proposal of the policy we hope will help us achieve that vision. And then after kind of laying that groundwork, we'll go into some adjustments, some feedback that we're hearing, a summary of that feedback, as well as adjustments we've made and next steps beyond that. So if you humor me for a bit here at the beginning, we'll just ground everyone where we have been, and it starts with the why. And so whenever we're engaging with this level of policymaking, I think it's critical to ground in a shared understanding or identify those things that the vast majority of stakeholders agree on. And I think it's clear from our work throughout the state over the last several months and even prior to the March 27th board meeting, through local and national op-eds, videos from local employers, that there's a broad coalition that recognizes the need to reimagine our high school experience to ensure that we are fulfilling our commitment to the future student, to our future, and to our current students here in Indiana. This is not only a state issue, it's a national issue. America as a whole has work to do to really create the policy infrastructure that promotes and incentivizes a high school experience that we know is going to prepare our students for the future. And in Indiana, we have a lot of data to help us inform how we go about building a policy to help realize that vision. And it starts with our higher education data. So in Indiana, historically, under the current policy framework for high school graduation and others, we have an aspirational and attainment gap. 76% of our Hoosier graduates currently demonstrate or tell us that they want to go on to higher education after graduation, yet only 53% of them show up within 1 year. And that is not just our four-year institutions. That includes 2- and 4-year institutions. But we know that the world in which they are entering is going to demand that they have some level of educational attainment beyond a high school diploma to get a job and live a life of choice and opportunity. Lumina Foundation, which our Commission for Higher Education adopted their goal for Indiana of 60% educational attainment for the Hoosier workforce. We are currently at 53.3%. While yes, adult education and ongoing training will help close the gap, if we are going to create a pipeline and go upstream to ensure the future of Indiana and the workforce in Indiana meets that attainment goal, we are going to have to leverage the investments we make in K-12 to increase educational attainment. So we have a real opportunity related to this vision. But it's systemic. And I love sharing this point because despite the system that has been in place for more than a century, our educators are doing incredible work. Indiana is #1 in the country on the percentage of graduates completing high school with college credit. That is a clear result of the hard work of our educators and policies adopted by this board. Of the 64% of our graduates who are completing with college credit, the average amount is 13.5 credits. Oftentimes just one course away, if those courses are sequenced appropriately, from earning a credential and increasing educational attainment before they leave the support infrastructure of our K-12 system. That's how close we are. That's how much work our educators have been doing in this centuries-old antiquated system. But the data that really sits on our hearts as we pursue this vision and as we think about this policy or this solution, right, is that only 5%, despite being that close, only 5% of those 64% are actually completing that credential before they leave this support system that is our K-12 infrastructure. And we have to ask ourselves why. And based on the data points at the top of this slide, I don't think it's because the actors in the system. I think the actors in the system are doing yeoman's work. I think we have work to do on our policy infrastructure, right, to make sure we close that gap between that 64% that are earning credentials, or excuse me, that are earning credits, and that 5% that are earning credentials. So our vision and our solution has to focus on educational attainment. It's critical for the future of Indiana. The second thing that our solution has to focus on is broadening our definition and our understanding of preparedness. This is not a new concept. Again, our educators have been trying tremendously, right, to build in skill development into the educational experience for students. I've been around the state, and we'll talk about that in a little bit, but the amount of intentional work that has been going on locally to integrate the employability standards into our high school courses and even in middle school and elementary school is really impressive. However, the data that we have from a parent survey that we invested in a couple years ago suggests that our parents are not feeling that their students are prepared for what happens after high school. About 40%, if you will, if you'll go with me here, of parents reported that they feel their kids are not prepared or only somewhat prepared. And for seniors, it's about 1/3 of parents, right? And so our vision for this future educational opportunity will only be achieved if our solution thinks broader about preparedness from a policy infrastructure standpoint. How do we promote and incentivize learning outside of the traditional environment? And we know that's a critical part of this because what employers are telling us and what our families are telling us is students will learn those skills more effectively if they have opportunities for experiential learning. And if we focus on credentials and we focus on those experiences, the reason educational attainment matters because we know that our students are going into a workforce and our students are going into a world that demand it. By focusing on this before they leave the comprehensive support structure of our K-12 system, we will increase and ensure that students have a better life, increased wages, healthier lives, and better jobs. We know that a life of choice and opportunity starts with a solid foundation that prepares them for the world that they're entering into. And that's the vision for high school in the future, and our solution is aligned to that. And I mentioned this earlier, but employers are telling us that those skills that are needed are best learned in many instances outside of the school system. So you'll see in our solution, which you've seen in March 27th, that we really prioritize work-based learning, right? To promote experiences that allow students to develop the skills that fit within our broader definition of preparedness, right? And we know that that's what the workforce and that's what our world, not just in the United States, but globally, is demanding. So ultimately, this is about creating that continuum, ensuring that our policy infrastructure promotes supporting students across these transitions in our system. Dr. Jenner, if you don't mind, I'll use a term you used the other day. We need to create pulls. Too often, our system has pushed kids up, right? Just push them up, and in some instances, push them out. We need to think about how we're incentivizing where they're going. How do we bring them to the table so that they're being pulled in, so that we're introducing them to those opportunities, not just informally, but formally and structurally, to what comes next, so that those students are being pulled up, not pushed out. right? And that's a fundamental component of this vision for Rethinking High School, and it's a fundamental driver of the policy that I'm about to give a short overview of here in a second. But I think it's important that we ground ourselves in the why, and the shared coalition, the broad support that we have, that I've heard across the state, that we have to do something to create an educational experience in our K-12 system that prepares students for the world in which they will enter. So now we get to the policy proposal, which many of you saw on March 27th. Dr. Jenner gave a comprehensive overview of our initial, and I think this is important to point out, our initial proposal for how we're going to achieve that vision. Any policy proposal is a solution pursuant to a vision or pursuant to an outcome. This is a well-informed, deeply researched, and deeply, I'll use this word again, informed by stakeholders proposal, but we know that it's not perfect, and we ongoing are soliciting feedback on this proposal. But at the end of the day, we need a system that is very clear about the outcomes we expect. Our students are prepared for employment, enlistment, or enrollment. And what we're hearing is we need to define clearly what that preparedness is. So our policy has created 2 diploma designations, an Indiana GPS Diploma and an Indiana GPS Diploma Plus. These 2 designations, and I think this is critical, these 2 designations are built upon a universal foundation that is designed, although not required, to fulfill the first 2 years of high school. Our current system, more or less with some flexibility, codifies almost all 4 years of high school, or at least influences heavily all 4 years of high school. Our proposal suggests that we can develop a really solid foundation that all of us would be proud of for Hoosier graduates in those first 2 years of high school, with maybe some things trickling into 11th and 12th grade, and promoting flexibility in those latter 2 years of their high school experience. And that's where the 2 designations come in. The 2 designations are how we're building out on top of that universal foundation. How can we allow and promote personalization of pathways towards a more relevant and rigorous post-secondary aligned opportunity? And in this meeting, I've kind of heard this, and I'll say this again later, referred to it kind of as a core 20, right? What is the foundation we need for all students? And then how can we create in our policy proposal the flexibility to achieve the vision I talked about earlier? And it's important to note, and I think this is something that Dr. Jenner and I reiterate, that this proposal is built upon the graduation pathways infrastructure you all established several years ago, I believe in 2017. Don't quote me on the year. It's been a while and we went through COVID. So this is about evolution, not revolution. But it's evolution with the foot on the gas pedal, because the urgency exists in the faces of our children who are going to leave our high school and enter a world that is fundamentally different than the world in which we entered. So again, built upon graduation pathways in those 3 buckets or those 3 categories, 3 components. We've also introduced, to promote alignment, that we've built the foundation or that universal expectation based on the Indiana GPS Graduates Prepared to Succeed profile. This is how we're broadening our definition of preparedness. If you heard me earlier, I said one of our charges, in order to achieve our vision, we need to broaden our definition of preparedness. It can't just be, have you taken these courses? Far too many students are completing the courses and realizing that they're not prepared. So we've aligned the foundation to those 5 characteristics. So that's the high-level framework. We'll jump into each designation here before I go into the foundation briefly. The GPS diploma, also referred to as the Flex 40 option, is really introduces flexibility into that 11th and 12th grade year to promote personalized pathways without fundamentally disrupting the entire graduation requirement infrastructure and ecosystem that has already existed. So building on top of the foundation, students are afforded the opportunity and the flexibility to craft an 11th and 12th grade course sequence, as well as experiences needed to complete high school graduation requirements. So the main changes here are in component 1, specifically the flexibility in 11th and 12th grade. Minimal changes, and the only changes are technical, I'll explain them in a second, have been made to component 2 and component 3. Again, evolution, not revolution. But always, I like to clarify, evolution with urgency, right? And so the only thing removed from component 3 is the academic honors diploma. And we've received some feedback for that, but that is a technical correction because currently under statute, the academic honors diploma will not exist. It will not be an option when these requirements roll out. But I would reassure the folks who have that feedback that the requirements of the academic honors diploma, having passed the SAT, meeting the benchmark, or having earned dual credit, all of those subcomponents are in there. So the student who was on that track will still meet one of the requirements of box 3 if they continue to pursue that track for the GPS diploma. The other diploma designation is the GPS Diploma Plus. This is going to be the designation that I think most closely aligns to the aspirational vision that we've laid out. To that vision of change, a vision of the future that has a broad coalition of support. There is a shared commitment to figuring this thing out, and our work right now is determining the how. This option makes changes to all 3 components of graduation pathways. So I'll start with the most significant component. And I always tell folks, we're traditionally taught to read left to right in the United States of America and many other countries. I'm going to challenge you to read this right to left. What the GPS Diploma Plus says is let's start with the student's pathway and let's put them on a path towards a rigorous credential. Remember, increasing educational attainment. It is one of our 2 priorities. So let's start on the right. What is your pathway and what is your credential that you are going to work towards before you graduate? Then within that, we're going to build out a robust work-based learning experience for you to broaden our definition of preparedness, the second requirement, right, to achieve our vision. We're going to build out a work-based learning experience that aligns to that credential, that aligns to that pathway. And only then are we going to start mapping out a course sequence. But as we've communicated to each of you, those credentials on the right have rigorous course sequences associated with them. So what this is grappling with is a value judgment between, is a universally dictated set of courses more valuable than a flexible set of rigorous credentials? Or is the inverse true? I think what this model promotes is that the inverse may be true. That the credential completion, the educational attainment, we can trade some flexibility around course requirements as long as students are meeting that rigorous bar for a credential of currency that's valuable in the workforce or in higher ed. And then the middle piece, it's critical that if we're going to make that trade-off, we are filling anything with that broadened definition of preparedness, that students are developing those non-academic skills, those employability skills, those quote-unquote soft skills in the workforce through experiential opportunities to work with others who are both their peers and folks who are not their peers, right? And as I mentioned, all of this is built upon the foundation. And I think this is a foundation that we can all be proud of, right? It's a quote-unquote, and I said I'd say this again, core 20, but it also broadens our definition of preparedness. I'm going to hit that point over and over by not only relying exclusively on coursework, it also introduces experiential learning and validation of skills. The foundation, as I mentioned before, is aligned to our 5 GPS characteristics. I'm not going to walk through the details here. They are laid out in the proposed rule. But as you can see, we have the traditional academic courses that are required in a graduation requirement. We have traditional college and career readiness expectations. But we introduce here in the blue boxes requirements for students to demonstrate certain skills. And we've received a lot of feedback on this, but it's mostly operational. A lot of folks are really excited about promoting the skill development. Again, it's the how, right?
And Ron, I just want to mention, as we're looking at the feedback here, our plan is to bring that back to the board, hopefully in July. So we're not going to dig into the weeds of some suggestions that we've received here. World history. Add a language competency under communication collaboration. Like, I could go on and on with examples, but that's something we will bring back in July and should absolutely have a robust conversation about. I just wanted to call that out, especially for people who are here listening, to keep that feedback coming.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Jenner. I think that's critical. Today's update is truly just a brief update. This is not the substantive part of the feedback. We haven't closed that window yet, so I really appreciate that. So I appreciate you humoring me as I walk through a summary of where we've been in Dr. Jenner's presentation on the 27th. Now we'll get an update on what's happened since then. So both Dr. Jenner and I have had the privilege, and others on our team, have had the privilege of going around the state and talking to stakeholders throughout the continuum or the spectrum, if you will, K-12, school teachers, school administrators, higher education institutions, chambers of commerce and employer groups. And what's been most exciting are the opportunities we've had to present and communicate and grapple and work with coalitions of these groups. There are groups coming together around the state that include educators, employers, and higher ed sitting around tables problem solving, right? And when we have those robust conversations, that's when we're getting really interesting feedback that is going to inform the next iteration of the rule. So I didn't count the stops. You can see that physically we've been throughout the state, and this road show will continue over the next 2 months.
Yeah, as an example, tomorrow and Friday, I'll be in southwestern Indiana meeting in several different counties and with a lot of different superintendents, school board members, as well as the president of Rose-Hulman and other higher ed leaders. So it is hopping, and we'll continue that throughout, again, until this is finished and beyond. We'll keep these visits going.
Yeah, and I hope I never want to speak for you, Dr. Jenner, but I think you would agree with this. The value of these in-person conversations is that I can look straight into the eyes of an educator and see their children and see their students, to listen to them advocate and talk about how this impacts their day-to-day has been just overwhelmingly focused on what it means for the kids in their classroom. And that's hard because there's not a lot of groups that mobilize and organize students and organize children to give feedback. So going to these in-person meetings with the folks who advocate on behalf of those students has just been incredibly powerful. And so to complement the in-person conversations, we have a formal online feedback tool through which we've received to date, this is just recently updated, 4,500 different comments. I've heard other people react, that's a lot of comments. Well, we're soliciting them intentionally. We are telling folks to let us know because this is an iterative process. We are listening, right? Because we all agree on what needs to happen. Let's say this. There's a broad coalition that agrees on what needs to happen, right? We're grappling with the how, right? And so we are listening and incorporating feedback from around the state. So where we're not physically, we are digitally. And this feedback is coming from across the spectrum. Parents, teachers, community folks, employers. And I think while this data can be impressive, wow, you all are hearing from a lot of people, what I love about it is it also tells us where we need to proactively reach out to ensure that our feedback is representative of the broad spectrum. So before we close anything, we will be reviewing these data to say, all right, whose voices do we feel we may not have heard? Because I'll tell you this right now, we are sure that we will hear from them at some point. And I would much rather hear from them on the front end during the iterative process so we can incorporate their thoughts and ideas into the design.
Yeah, as one example is a student. We've had multiple student focus groups around the state, and that has been very, very powerful. That's just one of several examples I could give.
I appreciate you mentioned that. I have not had the privilege of meeting with students, Dr. Jenner, so that's really important. I think that
I've
we're
met
elevating.
with many, and it's you should do it.
I know,
It's
like
very good.
I struggle to look through the educator into the kid. I'm losing it at these meetings, but so I don't. We'll see. Well, so with that, I'm getting flustered right now thinking about meeting with kids. With that, I want to give an example of the iterative nature of this process. And so while on March 27th, Dr. Jenner presented about sample student pathways, right? To help illustrate within this flexibility, this is what this can look like. We've heard a lot that while we like the flexibility, we need some certainty because access to information, access to resources is not equal around the entire state. If your family comes from generations of college educated adults, then the expectations of entry into college are pretty clear. But if your family does not, you might rely on the system to ensure that you are on track for that pathway. Same with employment. If you come from a family of college-educated folks, they might steer you away from something that you're passionate about. And maybe we need to signal to those families like, hey, this is a rigorous pathway into employment. It is meaningful for your student, and it is going to set them up for long-term success. So in order to address this, how do we manage and balance flexibility, right? So moving away from the universal requirements, individualizing the pathway to increase attainment, with the certainty that we need to make sure that students know whether or not they are on track. We are presenting for the first time publicly, although we have presented this around the state, and it is included in the current draft of the rule that's on our website, diploma seals. An enrollment, an employment, and an enlistment-ready seal as an option, right? Again, we're grappling with the how, right? The what we're doing, I think we have a broad coalition, but the how is what we're grappling with. So we're presenting this option as a way to address that issue. And these seals will be developed in consultation with key stakeholders within each group. So the enrollment seal, as the rule currently reads, would be developed in partnership with the Commission for Higher Education. The enlistment seal would be developed in partnership with the Indiana National Guard. And the employment ready seal would be developed in consultation with other state agencies as well as our chambers of commerce and other employers' workforce ready boards around the state. And so these will be externally validated seals that craft what some would say maybe is a more traditional scope and sequence for grad requirements, but they would be optional, right? So they would live on top of the GPS diploma and the GPS diploma plus as to not inhibit the flexibility we need to promote educational attainment. Because remember, going back to the very beginning, two key pillars. We need to promote educational attainment, and we need to broaden our definition of preparedness, right? So that's what we're balancing here in the how. And as I mentioned, or I haven't mentioned yet, a student could earn multiple of these seals as they go through. And the last point I'll make, and this is really important, is that the seal would appear on the student's transcript. We're getting a lot of questions about what do the changes in diploma mean for how people understand our students' preparedness, specifically colleges and universities, both locally here in Indiana, public and private, as well as out of Indiana. And what we have heard time and time again, and Dr. Jenner, please reiterate it, because I know you've had a lot of conversations in this space, that it is not the diploma that the higher education institutions are looking at. It is the transcript. What courses is the student taking? And so this seal would appear on the transcript as a signal, and that higher education institution, and we would obviously work to shop these around, would understand, okay, if the enrollment seal is on that transcript, I know that at least this is true. And then I can start my analysis. And it can serve as a screener for higher education institutions, similarly to some of our current policies work. Anything else to add on the transcript?
I would just add, higher education has been excellent in thinking through this, and I've learned some things. You all know my daughters are freshmen, soon to be freshmen, twin daughters. So yes, we have a lot of hormones happening in our house, a lot of opinions, but we also have a lot of hope and excitement about what could be ahead. And so I'm listening to my daughter's dream and also kind of what they think about their path ahead, and comparing that even to what higher ed is saying, which is they look at, as you mentioned, the coursework. They're looking at, and by the way, you all know this, we have some fantastic colleges and universities in the state of Indiana. I mentioned Rose-Hulman tomorrow. Now I'm going to start listing and going to not list one and make everyone mad. So I'm going to just stop there. We have some fantastic options, and what they've shared again is, our students taking AP or dual credit or dual enrollment. How are they performing in those? So again, how might we best understand that to set our students up for success. The other thing they have also shared, and popular or not popular, where for a period the assessment scores went away, the SAT and the ACT, those are starting to come back. So just as a heads up for everyone, we are hearing that as well. When we're hearing from employers, and I know we're talking specifically enrollment, Ron, but when we're hearing from employers, yes, they're talking coursework, but they're also talking attendance. And if they don't come to school, are they going to come to work? They're talking other things like that. Talking to the National Guard and General Lyles, fascinating conversation. He shared that our military across the nation, the numbers are going down. They are in Indiana, not at the rate that our national numbers are. But he shared that so often students think, they'll be 11th and 12th grade, and they'll just be like, hey, if I just hit the ASVAB score, I'm good to go. But he was like, Katie, they're not passing their physical assessment sometimes. They're not passing some of the other things. So, like, one of the things that I think we have to think about as a state, which is why these are being contemplated, is how do we provide clarity to our students so that they know, and throughout the time and aren't waiting until their junior or senior year and are applying to, I'll give a university name, Purdue University, because they have a certain diploma type and think they're going to get in, and then they don't, because Purdue's really hard to get in now. It's really competitive. And by the way, I've met with Purdue leadership and several superintendents who send a lot of students to Purdue, and they describe that exact scenario. So how do we provide the best information for informed paths and decisions for our students? That's our opportunity, really, as a state.
So the next slide is timeline and next steps. Before I move on, would just reiterate the journey we just went through. Anytime you're grappling with something this big, I'm always focused on identifying what we agree on. And that's that broad coalition that the opportunities we are providing students today may not, despite, and I think this is critical, despite the incredible efforts of our educators. But the policy infrastructure that we have today might not promote the opportunities that we want for our students. Broad coalition around that across the state, as well as illustrated in local and national op-eds in support of this work, as well as the videos you saw on March 27th of students and employers who support this urgent vision. The work we are doing is the how. We're trying to ground it in core principles. How do we make sure that we're focused on increasing educational attainment as defined by credential completion? And how do we broaden our definition of preparedness by introducing more opportunities for students to create or to build skills through experiential learning? And everything I talked about after that is an iterative process of our best efforts to get there, right? But we need feedback, and we are listening to feedback, which transitions me into our next steps. So we are currently in phase 1 of input. Dr. Jenner mentioned this earlier. Don't stop giving us feedback because I'm at this podium. This is just an update. We expect to come back in July with a far more robust summary of the potential or the recommended changes to the rule based on that feedback. And we will be analyzing input throughout the month of June. So please, please, please continue to submit the formal online feedback tool, as well as come to opportunities that you have in your community to talk about this important topic. We hope to then transition into phase 2 of public comment after we submit those updates to the board for consideration. That second round of public comment, ideally, because we've had such a robust opportunity on the front end, and we'll communicate this very clearly at the time, we'll focus on more technical issues, right? What issues are there still in the rule that, if it were to move forward, would create unintentional barriers? Ideally, we have worked through most of the policy questions at that point, and we're focused on implementation from a regulatory standpoint, not from a guidance or support standpoint, to make sure that there aren't any missteps. We hope to bring that back in late fall for you all's final approval, which would endorse the rule and make it live, if you will, And the rule currently articulates that schools can opt in, meaning seniors can begin graduating under this graduation regimen, beginning with the 25-26 school year. So because we won't get this, not solely because, but we will get this approved, or our timeline suggests approval in late fall, which is after the school year begins. So for the 24-25 school year, we want to make sure we ramp up, build those tools and support so that schools are able to successfully implement whatever policy is finalized. And then in 25-26, if schools wish, they can begin graduating students through this as well as the existing. And then ultimately it goes into full effect for the class of 28-29 that is currently in statute, where the existing diploma regimen would sunset for the graduating class of 2029, and they would all be experience high school under this new regimen. So with that, just to complete my slideshow before any further discussion, please share your feedback. Can't reiterate that enough, and we plan to bring a more substantive recommendation of updates in July.
And just a couple of points of clarification. So one is statute requires us to complete this process by December. Again, I shared this earlier. I'd initially mentioned that we were going to shoot to vote in September. We're going to take the time. So it may be December. Work through that. The second thing is statute also allows for, and we've had a lot of questions from schools, and Ron mentioned this, we've had schools reach out and say, how quickly, when can we opt in? We're ready to opt in. When you pass this, can we do it for this class? While statute does allow that, right now in the rule, we do have that the opt-in would not be ready until the 25-26 school year. So I think that's an important clarification, because if you disagree with that, we need that feedback too. We are delaying that opt-in piece a bit from the statute. And then finally, the timeline, and again, I had, as we were traveling around, I've had this question asked. The current diplomas will sunset October 1st, 2028 per statute. And so it would be the class of 2029. So again, just making sure you're clear on some of the statutory requirements as well. So Ron, thank you so much for that thorough presentation. I'll now open it up to any board comments and discussion.
Ron, I'm probably the oldest one sitting here, so.
I don't believe it for a day.
I've went through this several times of what Indiana has done. And I really, we support this, right? We want flexibility for our kids. But what we have to have as we talk about the SEALs and that direction is we need a framework of courses, right? We need to know that when the kid's a freshman, he's taking these things: Algebra 1, English 9, a science course, whether it's a social studies course at that point or their sophomore years, a foreign language course, because we've been really good at putting out well-rounded students to go do what they want to do. We graduated 1,800 kids in Hamilton Southeastern schools on Saturday, and as I addressed them during rehearsal, I said, I know you all are going to be successful because we've prepared you through the coursework to be successful. And I look at the SEALs and I say, okay, higher ed's going to come in and they're basically going to say, here's the academic honors diploma courses that you need to take if you're going to go to college. And I'm okay with that. We have to have a defined roadmap in our rule, I believe, of courses so we all can get comfortable with this. We started this as I wanted a work-based diploma. Yeah. I wanted that kid who wasn't going to go to college to be able to go get some experiences their junior and senior year that was really true experience in the workforce, and to take mathematics and language arts courses that led them to that work-based experience, which may mean that, you know what, that kid takes a lot of applied math and they get really, really good at fractions. They get really good at considering what square footage is, things that's going to happen in construction or electrical or plumbing, right? But right now, I can't see that. Yeah. And I think that's a lot of the caution of most people that we've had comments from is they don't disagree, they want to help kids. That's why we all got in this. Hell, I got back in it because I miss seeing kids, right? But
Don't worry, we'll bleep out the curse word. Just kidding, Pat.
I don't worry about
Just
that.
kidding.
Like I said, I've been old, done this a long time. We want a roadmap. And we've been really, really good at roadmaps, and Dr. Jenner's been really good at roadmaps as we've done the GPS. This is just so much doubt right now that everybody's just like, let's hold on. And let's hold on. I mean, I told our people, well, we'll have a Hamilton Southeastern Schools academic honors diploma because 80% of our kids are going to college. And we want to make certain that when they're done with us, they can do what we've been telling them, is you can go be successful no matter what you choose to do. Yeah. And so as we go through the rulemaking process, I got to see that, right? I got to see that skeletal list of courses that a kid's going to take in multiple areas to reach all of those things. And we got a lot of smart people to do all this, right? I mean, we got principals, we've got guidance counselors, we've got all the team members in the state of Indiana to make that happen. But I think it's rest assured to make certain that people understand that all of a sudden a whole bunch of courses aren't going to go away. They're going to be aligned to where the kid wants to go. And then we're going to have some flexibility of courses for that kid that, I mean, I'll be honest with you, if you'd have asked me when I was a freshman in high school, I was going back to work on the farm and I wanted all the courses I could take to do that. And it's been a long time ago, but guess what? I was in shop classes, I was in mechanical classes and woods classes. I mean, that's what I was prepared to do. And at the same time, guess what? I was taking honors English and taking business math courses that I could go do a lot of things. That's what we want, right? We want to hit all those kids so when they're done and they decide I'm changing paths, man, they got a foundation to be able to go change paths. So I think if we can get there, we'll have a lot more to do.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mapes, for your feedback. Ms. Hamill's leaning in, and then Mr. Watts.
Yes, and I guess I'll start with that. I'm a little bit on the other end of the spectrum just from personal experience in terms of building a middle school in Wisconsin that was solely based on mastery-based learning and competency-based learning. And I would just ask that everybody get curious instead of a wall up about what's possible when you unsilo learning from those courses. When you take the same content requirements, but you pair the math with the reading and the writing, and it's in a very experiential, robust opportunity for kids. Magic happens in a school and a classroom for all levels of ability. And because it doesn't look like what we all grew up with, it doesn't mean that it's not a really awesome experience for kids. And so, yes, we need to clarify, like, what is the actual standards or competencies that students need to learn in these subject areas. But I am just so excited about this because I didn't actually think this would happen in my lifetime in education, that there would be a way for students to get credit for really robust applied learning opportunities for the traditional credits and competencies in classes, but we don't have to have them labeled as classes to do that, in my opinion, based on experience.
Yeah, thank you for your thoughts, Ms. Hamill. And so Mr. Watts, and then Mr. Best has his hand up as well. Mr. Watts.
I'll start with, I hope you know how much we appreciate the work that went into this. Ron has had several conversations with our local business leaders, our educators in Evansville. I've had the privilege to work with 4 different superintendent of public instruction, or secretaries now, I apologize. The greatest thing about you that I think separates you is you truly listen. And that is a testament. You listen to the folks that do this work. I'm going to echo a lot of what Pat said. What we're doing is working for a lot of kids. Yeah. Now, I don't want to rest on that. There's a lot of kids it's not working for. So I don't dispute the innovation that we're doing is needed, but I want to caution us to not throw the baby out with the bathwater a little bit, because what we're doing is working for I see them every single day. And as we're working through this, I think a lot of that fear, because I don't want to just repeat what he said, but I think a lot of the fear that comes in, okay, what does the system look like? Because I do want to see those courses too. I want to see the courses that, like, this is what it's going to look like. I think about my two sons, 25 and 21. My oldest wanted to be in the classroom. He went to IU, human biology major. He wanted to be sitting there taking biology, taking those courses. My youngest is an electrician, both going to be ultra successful. He didn't need to be sitting there taking some of those courses in grade 11 and 12. He should have been out working, doing those things that we talk about. That's the freedom that comes with this that I literally love. Yes. But I don't want us to lose track of what is working now. And I think, honestly, I think an additional diploma type, something that simple may fix this. But again, I hate posing problems with no solutions, because this is really, really hard work, and I hope you know how much we appreciate what's gone into this. Because when we say, okay, Katie, who can you reach out to that's already done this work? There's not anybody. So
there are many that are. Let's clear that up, because a lot of people have asked that. You could have seen the New York Times article about New York State. They're going this direction. Multiple states are moving, but we're all trying to think through, how do you make high school as valuable as possible? That's the big question.
So as we build that framework, I also want to make sure that we have the framework built and the systems in place to track this work, because in internships is true, like, that's a huge part of that's what I do. I love that work. I know how valuable it is. Is it necessary for every student? I don't know that I'm there. Can I place? I have 1,500 seniors. Can I place them all? Probably not. So let's make sure that we do, when we say freedom, we truly give freedom to those students who make that selection.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Watts. Mr. Bess.
Yeah, hi, everybody. Again, sorry I can't be there in person. But so a lot of thoughts on this. And again, first of all, just reiterate.
Hey, Mr. Best, hold on real quick. Could you turn that volume up? You might have to turn it back down again, but at least.
Is that better?
No, give me. Try it now, Scott.
That sound better?
That's so much better. Thank you.
Okay, excellent. So again, I just want to reiterate the thanks actually to the field, all the people that have put in the comments, who have attended the listening sessions, because that's critical, right? And that's something that doesn't always happen. I think from the department standpoint, and again, I'll reiterate again what BJ said, you, Secretary Jenner, and then the rest of your team. A lot of people say we want feedback, and then they actually don't listen to the feedback, and they go ahead and do what they want. And I think the fact that we're having these kinds of discussions signifies, and should signify to everybody that's been involved in this, that the department is really serious about listening, paying attention, and figuring out how can we make this the best possible outcome for students and schools in the state. Now, I'd also like to think that there's a lot of national people, as you talked about, the New York Times, but there's a ton of national organizations, other states, who are paying close attention to what we're doing here, because they know they want to go this way. They're waiting for someone to do it and figure it out. And I think that it speaks well of a state that says, we don't want to just be a follower, we want to lead as much as we can. To the comments that have been made and some of the feedback from the field and some of the articles that have been written, I think it's important to note that, again, we're trying to balance this idea of maximum flexibility for students in schools with rigor, right? And the idea that the academic honors diploma not being there is really just a name. The courses underlying it are still there. Like, that hasn't changed at all. The requirements that colleges have, and as you pointed out, Secretary Jenner, like, the colleges pay attention to coursework, not to diploma type. Just because you get a academic honors diploma, the courses you take will determine whether you get into Purdue or IU or Rose-Hulman or others, right? That really is the driver. So I think the points that Ron brought up around, adding the seal, and again, as Pat and BJ talked, providing more guidance to students and parents that say, hey, look, if you want to go to college, these are the kinds of things you need to do. but still provide the flexibility. That's why I'll probably be a hardliner on, I don't want to turn our diplomas back into just these massive checklists of courses as they sit today, because then we've done away with the idea of the flexibility. And I would also debate those. Rigor is a bit of an illusion across the state. Anyone's ever taken a course in high school and has advice and, hey, take it from this teacher, not that teacher, because this teacher is a lot easier than that teacher, right? So we have an illusion of standardized rigor across the state anyway. But I think I like the idea of providing additional guidance so that students and parents know what courses, if they want to do this thing after high school, this is what they should do or should be thinking about, but keeping the flexibility there so that if that student who wants to go to a Purdue or IU, but also wants to have a really good internship where they can gain those employability skills, they should be able to do that. And if that means they opt out of a course or two to open up time, like that should be able to happen. And as Iris mentioned, schools have the flexibility now to not do the courses at all, but really just focus on what are the underlying skills that students need and do it in a competency base versus a course magically lasts 36 weeks. So all that to be said, we're on the right path. We've got a lot more work to do, a lot more listening to do, but I think some misinformation and, like, hey, a student has to choose their diploma type in 8th grade. Well, Ron just talked about the foundational skills, 9th and 10th grade are essentially the same for everybody. So, like, let's really focus on what's actually happening. No one's taking away courses. No one's taking away changing college requirements. All those things are still there. What we're really trying to do is give flexibility to students to choose a path, and if through the SEALs or something similar, we can provide guidance to guidance counselors and students and parents that this is the path or these are the courses the student should take, I think that gets us way down the road. So,
Thank you, Mr. Bess, for your thoughts. I'm looking around the room. Any other board comments? Mr. Gastineau?
Yeah, I just want to echo Pat and PJ and just a couple of original thoughts as well. I think the roadmap is very, very important. As someone who's been teaching for 31 years, I know as two kids who are going through high school, one's in college now, for students to have that roadmap to know if I want to go to Purdue or IU, here are the classes I need. I need that as a parent scheduling. I need that as guidance counselors. They need that because we're going to ask a lot from our guidance counselors on this. I saw Mark Cuban give a speech a couple months ago, and he was talking about AI. And he said the most important thing we can teach our kids, and I'm so excited because my kids are going to Paw and Butler, is a liberal arts education. That you need to be a critical thinker in the AI world. You've got to be able to take all this data that you're going to be able to get in your hands, but how do you critically think and process that? And so I think about the world of employment, obviously as a social studies teacher, world history is near and dear to my heart. Foreign languages, all those courses that kids need to be exposed to. So when they're getting ready for the world out there, we know that 60% of IU students will change their major their first year. We've got to make sure our kids are well balanced enough. So if a kid is, on this more European track of, hey, I want to do an internship, but all of a sudden their junior, senior year, which I've had kids do, hey, I want to go to college. I just visit IU. I want to go there. Well, I want to make sure that pathway is still there so they can redirect. Because I just have a hard time, with a 14 or 15-year-old really knowing what they want to do. My daughter's going to be a senior next year. She's going to Butler, something in science, but she's starting to study PA stuff. She says, I don't know, Dad, and I'm trying to get her internships. It's really, really hard. My biggest concern is, and Pat can allude on this, and BJ, because this is what you do for a job, we've got 120 kids at our high school that have an internship, and it's really hard to place them. We've got like 15 in our Long Government Academy. So my son, who had a 4.0, we couldn't find him anything in hospitals. We were lucky enough to know a couple people so he could watch a doctor this day or that day. So that's some of my biggest concerns, and the concerns I hear from my fellow teachers in the classroom or across the state is, I love this, But before I can vote for this, you've got to show me the roadmap on how we can find this many internships for this many students before I can sign on. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gastineau. I'm looking at you, Erica. I know you texted me that you're having trouble with your video. Erica, Byron, Kristen, William, no pressure to say anything. I just don't want to cut you off prematurely. And Ron, if you have any, I don't see any hands going up, so if you have any additional.
No, mine's just a thank you for the opportunity. Look forward to continue working with you all, and don't hesitate to reach out. Thank you, Dr. Jenner.
Yeah, thank you, Ron. And I think, by the way, like the conversation that you're seeing live with the board is very real and genuine, right? I mean, we're working through things very, very honestly, very openly, and are eagerly wanting additional thoughts and feedback. And on that note, I think we do have some additional thoughts and feedback. So we'll shift to public comment. And I know that we have a couple of board members who are going to have to depart due to a doctor's appointment and some other school-related commitments. I will be here until midnight tonight or 2 a.m. or whatever it takes. I do have to be somewhere tomorrow morning. It's somewhere in Indiana tomorrow morning, but I think DePaul tomorrow morning. But other than that, I am here and will be here until the end to listen. So I'm going to go ahead. Philip, do you want to read the public comment, and then I'll start to call folks up.
Thank you, Dr. Jenner. Indiana's open door law permits state boards to adopt reasonable rules to govern the taking of oral public comment.
Can you stop real quick?
Yes.
I'm really sorry.
It's okay.
I'm hearing that we need a bathroom
break.
So I kind of have a school person bladder. I mean, I have all the drinks and just keep on chugging. And
I was going to say something.
I'm
but-
sorry, you all. Let's see. It is 10:40. Let's come back at 10:55. Give everybody a minute. Stretch your legs. Use the restroom. Thank you.
Sorry.
You said something.
I didn't want to get.
I'm like, let's go.
Like 3 people and then be like, oh, sorry, I'm going to take a break.
I know. Oh, Lordy. All right, it is 10:55. Hopefully everyone was able to run to the restroom, stretch your legs a little bit, making sure we're live for those online. Perfect. So let's go ahead and shift to public comment. So we'll try this again. Philip Gordon, our general counsel, if you could read the public comment statement and we'll get it going. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jenner. Just a few brief comments. Indiana's open door law permits state boards to adopt reasonable rules to govern the taking of oral public comment at board meetings. Boards may set time limits on each public comment and on the total amount of time for receiving oral public comment on a topic. Consistent with this framework, I'd like to remind everyone here today of the board's public comment policy in place for this meeting. Comments shall be limited to 3 minutes per commenter. If a public commenter signed up for a discussion item on the board's agenda today, you will be given 5 minutes. Those who have registered via the public comment form prior to today's meeting will be able to comment. In the interest of everyone's time, the time limit will be strictly enforced. When your time is up, you'll hear an alarm next to you right here at this desk, and you'll be instructed to stop. Comments shall also be subject to the following rules consistent with board policy. No person may speak more than once. Comments shall be directed to the board, not to individual board members. Questions will not be entertained, and comments shall not be abusive or argumentative. Persons making comments shall not debate comments made by other persons. Thank you, and we look forward to hearing public comment.
Super. Thank you, Philip, for that. And what I'll do is I'll share who is going to be first, and then also to give you a little bit of a sense of when you're coming, I'll share the next couple of people on deck so you can make your way to the front of the room. And again, we're eager to hear all of your comments. We'll all be taking notes, and our team will as well. If you ever just want to like second someone's comment or third someone's comment, you're welcome to do that. We tally, we do all sorts of things. So again, looking forward to hearing from you. And we'll start with Christy Toops, then go to Terry Spradlin, and then go to Robert Howard.
Hi there.
Hello, welcome.
Thank you. So, do I just go?
Yeah, you just
Okay,
start.
Sorry,
Yes.
I'm like the first one.
It's
so
always
I'm-
hard to be the first
I'm not
one.
Sure.
Yep, yep.
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today regarding the diploma proposals. I've listened to the previous presentation. Obviously, I'm here today. I've read through the requirements and the comments. Although I understand that the diplomas have to change, I'm having a hard time getting on board with this, knowing that my 2 oldest children, who just finished 7th grade, are kind of going to be the guinea pigs of a major overhaul that will impact their trajectory. I also have 2 other kids. The proposed diplomas do need modifications, and I understand from today that you are all entertaining that, and I'm very thankful for that. I think if students choose enlistment or workforce, the proposed GPS could allow for meaningful work opportunities. I think this is appropriate and great and awesome. If a student wishes to obtain higher education, the GPS coursework does not allow for in-state acceptance into many schools at the current requirement. I think the GPS Plus is kind of hard to obtain, from what I understand, for many strong students who are currently able to graduate with academic honors, and likewise are strong candidates for colleges both in and out of state due to the hours and professional credentials required. I don't think it's fair for students to narrow down college choices in essentially the end of 8th grade to ensure they're taking the coursework for admittance by the time they apply as seniors. As we know, kids are constantly changing their interests in things. Colleges around the country are not at this point going to change requirements for admittance because of our new diplomas, and our kids are going to have to answer to that. I trust our district. We have great personal connections, awesome teachers, administrators. I know there are so many teachers here today. Not many that I've spoken with thinks that things are good to go in their current form. Again, I know everything's still up for changing and modification. It makes me sad that kids may not have access to languages and cultures and arts, and taking classes that open their minds to big ideas. I'm curious how our town will find meaningful and valuable work partnerships for hundreds of students, not virtual options, because we've chosen public in-person school. It's currently June. I'm concerned that everything will be up and running by the time our kids are in 9th grade and like what that would look like. I'm worried about districts who maybe cut classes or teaching positions since they won't be required coursework, even though colleges will require them. How are these students able to manage something that will be out of their control? Our kids are going to be the first to apply for jobs or colleges and have no idea how the chips will fall. Their younger siblings will watch from behind, and it may be too late to change their coursework. When businesses and colleges sift through resumes, the ones that have the top requirements are kind of shuffled to the top. If a college sees a GPS diploma, where is that going to stand in terms of other applicants from other states? I am all for all kids finding their passions, but I don't believe that all students will benefit and be able to realize their dreams if things aren't modified a little bit. What else was I going to say? Oh, that was my time. Okay. The only thing that I would be interested in is if there could be a panel of like current juniors and seniors, like going through their coursework and see how that track compares to this one, or hear from in and out of state colleges regarding their views on these diplomas. Thank you.
Thank you, Christy. Terry Spradlin, Robert Howard, and Marisol Martinez.
Good morning, Dr. Jenner, members of the State Board of Education.
Good morning.
Terry Spradlin, Executive Director of the Indiana School Boards Association. Great to be with you. In my 32 years of service, I've been before the board many times, but it's been about 5 years. And the last time was when Byron Ernest was chairing the Pathways Task Force for the State Board. And so that was a serious conversation about 2018 and 2019 that brought us here. Today, I want to share that I too have been on a listening tour across the state of Indiana. ISBA held 10 spring regional meetings with our membership. We represent 100% of governing bodies and school boards for the 290 school corporations in the state of Indiana. So we had 1,000 school board members and superintendents at those meetings. Then I held 2 virtual chats with membership. Ron Sandlin presented at the first virtual chat to our memberships. We had about another 100 board members and superintendents participate in conversation exactly about this proposal. And then I presented to a superintendent study council in Northwest Indiana on May 22nd. So a lot of feedback is reflected here. It's not my thoughts that I'm speaking to, but that of membership of ISBA, our 1,700 school board members, and nearly 300 superintendents that are associate members of the association. First, let me start with platitudes, gratitudes, and thank you to Dr. Jenner, the DOE staff, and the board for all the hard work, innovative thinking, and collaborative efforts that you demonstrated to seek stakeholder input for this proposal. There's certainly promise with the proposal that merits recognition, as well as many questions about capacity, timing, and rigor. In addition to addressing these aspects of the proposal, I will speak to concerns raised by membership, leading to 5 recommendations for your consideration. First, the pros. We think that the GPS and GPS Plus requirements incorporate a high level of flexibility. You've heard a lot about that. The proposed course requirements in the core subject areas of mathematics and science provide expanded core sequence options not available in the rigid Core 40 requirements. Second, the new diplomas will provide better pathway options for students who presently complete the general diploma and really Core 40 as well. Neither the general diploma nor Core 40 diploma have proven effective academically for Hoosier students. Only 40% of students earning a Core 40 diploma and only 10% of students earning a general diploma are enrolling in college. We have heard a lot about the data about earnings potential for students who graduate without credentials or some college, and so that's been well documented as well. Third, the proposed diplomas aim to provide high school students with excellent hands-on, career-embedded educational and work-based learning opportunities. There's more to that statement in the memo I provided you. For sake of time, I'm moving quickly. Fourth, the proposal includes opportunities for students to demonstrate competencies in a variety of ways during and after the school day that hopefully will contribute to even higher graduation rates across the state of Indiana. Membership had several questions about the details and logistics of the proposal. There are 11 documented here that I'm going to skip for time's sake. So let me jump to 4 primary concerns of the 8 listed. First, capacity building and scaling in an unreasonable time frame. If the rule is not approved by the state board until mid to late first semester of the next school year, it will not provide sufficient time for implementation and suitable guidance for grade 8 students to develop their graduation plans and begin working toward one of the new diploma requirements, as you've heard the previous speaker speak to. Next, loss of academic rigor in grades 11 and 12. Many superintendents and board members contend that the proposal will not have sufficient academic rigor for students pursuing the post-secondary enrollment pathway. In addition, they argue the elimination of the Core 40 with academic honors will put Hoosier students at a competitive disadvantage for college admissions with students from other states. More specifically, the proposal has placed too much emphasis on streamlining the number of diplomas and would eliminate the highly regarded Core 40 with academic honors. Clear feedback was received to keep this diploma and its course requirements and sequences. That's really important. Pat Mapes spoke to that. There's some magic in the scope and sequence of the courses required presently with the honors diploma. The honors diploma has been quite effective in preparing students for the rigor of post-secondary education and has been a strong predictor of college enrollment, persistence, and completion. Consider that 85 to 86% of honors diploma students enroll in college and subsequently need little remediation, have higher GPAs in college, and earn significantly more college credit in their freshman year. If students are on the enrollment pathway and complete the Indiana College Core while in high school, do they have time to also complete a work-based learning credential? This may be a barrier to students pursuing the GPS diploma. Let me conclude with our recommendations, and I appreciate the indulgence. 5 recommendations. First, create the GPS Plus with academic honors as a distinct diploma option rather than as still as is being proposed and considered. Maintain the rigorous honors diploma course requirements and sequences per subject area that have proven effective. 2, support creation of a student support services grant program at the state level to help attract and retain more school counselors and other support service professionals. 3, enable work-based learning requirements to be completed by groups of students, cohorts of students, including online options to ease the demand and placement challenges. We've heard Greg speak to that. One superintendent commented that we can't bombard employers with demands one student at a time. It will be more efficient to accommodate a cohort or group approach, so be flexible there. 4, expand piloting of the new diploma programming. We appreciate what you presented today. We'd really like to start as soon as possible to support sufficient planning, capacity building, and implementation. But we would ask that you delay the effective date of the new diplomas to the class of 2023. If this goes into effect second semester of the next school year, that's really only one semester of capacity building and planning for implementation. And then finally, we'd ask that you fund and develop an IDOE universal transcript format and tracking system for school districts to use. Some people refer to that as a portal, but there's going to be a lot of points and things to track here, and if you have a unified system, that'll make the lives of counselors and principals and educators much easier. With that said, thank you for your indulgence, your time, your hard work here, and I commend you for your vision to move Indiana students forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Terry. Robert Howard, Marisol Martinez, and Kim Cable.
Good morning, and thank you for giving us this opportunity to speak on these proposed changes to the graduation requirements. I'm a special education teacher from Evansville, Vandenberg School Corporation, and a parent of a student in life skills and a student that wants to be a veterinarian. And with these requirements, I can guarantee you that that is not going to be an option for her. The new requirements with the way, and you've talked about the skeletal coursework, does not show anything of creative arts or anything that would attend students to be able to think creatively or problem solve in any fashion. It would basically create instead of a balanced education, a workforce generation of basically automatons. They would go to work, they would stand in a line, they would work. They would be nothing but a workforce of uncreative, can't problem solve, can't speak for themselves people, and that is not a healthy workforce, nor is that as a healthy society. Why not instead fund programs that allow students to pursue vocation or college admittance, fund programs that help students get to school? I've got students right now, I can't get them to come to school, or they come to school late. Or the parents say, oh, my car wouldn't start, but they didn't let me know that till 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Let's address those kinds of problems and get our students into school. Problems with reading, they're not in the classroom, they're not gonna learn how to read. I don't care how good a teacher is. I had fantastic teachers, and I got some kids in my class that when they didn't come to school, when they came the next day, they were lost. We got to get these kids in the classroom. We have to find a way of doing that. Schools used to offer programs such as shop classes and carpentry, metalworks, automotive, etc. Now we have school corporations having to develop career and technical centers such as SICTech or the Southern Indiana Career and Technical Center down in Evansville. Warwick County School Corporation has just started this year a new career and technical school for their corporation, because those programs are no longer in the traditional high schools. But these schools also offer a lot of variations, not just the vocations, but even culinary arts and even getting into some medical field areas to do what you're proposing. Get that real world training and experience and find out, do I really want to do this? Because let's face it, I didn't go into special education when I went to college. It was after my freshman year in college, after working with a special ed student and seeing the success that I could have with that student, that I added that to my degree and graduated with a double major in 4 years, because I had seen something that I could do. But it took 1 year of college before I could see that. The duty and responsibility of this Board of Education, that I highly respect, is to provide guidance for schools and set forth policy that allows them to give the students in our state the ability and the appropriateness to go wherever they want to go. Do I want to stay even in the state of Indiana? Do I want to go global? Do I want to be a national representative? What do I want to do? To finish up, if you want to prepare students for life and the workforce, fund and create programs that give a well-rounded education and vocational options, but not to require those vocational options. Thank you.
Thank you. Marisol Martinez, Kim Kelbel. And yes, I did get some coffee, you all. Don't judge. It runs through me all day long. And Jill Cross will be next.
Hi there.
Marisol.
I'm Marisol Martinez. I come from Fort Wayne, Indiana, and I am a foreign language teacher here representing Spanish, German, French, things that do make these students well-rounded. It teaches them about culture. It teaches them about communication. It teaches them about interacting with others, not just who they like. Sometimes you have to deal with people you don't want to be near. But I'm also a part of the Academic Honors Diploma. My other endorsement is World History. We take both of those away because it sounds like that wants to go away. But this diploma, I think, has been around since 1989, and it's gotten many students into college. It's prepared them. And if we do away with it, we don't have that guide. We don't have that map. And I see students who, if they don't follow this, flounder. And another issue is with the Academic Honors Diploma, schools that have students enrolled in this receive money. Where is that money going to go? I know FWCS probably receives, my guesstimate, about maybe 1.2 million. And we have we're the largest school corporation. So what happens? Where is that money going to go? Is it going to go to something that is being hatched? And I'm just, I guess, disappointed in the state that gave me a very good education, prepared me to go to college. And it was something I wanted to do. But it also prepared me for a comprehensive education that made me well-rounded, that made me look and see and ask questions. Why is this happening? And if we don't have this, we're just going to create a bunch of followers. If we just have a very low-end diploma and then so high that many students cannot attain. And I would hope that this is really thought out and not gotten rid of. I thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Marisol. Kim Keble, Jill Cross, and Benjamin Tomel.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I come from FWCS, like Marisol. It is the largest district in the state. I am the product of public education, and I've been a public educator for 27 years now. One of the op-eds that I read in the Journal-Gazette, Fort Wayne's independent newspaper, said that we are basing this internship program with GPS on the internship program in Switzerland that Swiss students go through. Where I teach at Wayne is nothing like Switzerland. Students in Switzerland learn the 4 national languages of that country: Swiss German, French, Italian, and Romansh. They also, for the most part, speak extremely good English. I've been to Switzerland and I'll ask people there, do you speak English? And they'll say, oh, just a little bit, and then they'll expound more eloquently than most people in the US do in English. They have the highest GDP per capita in the world. They have an extreme lack of diversity. They have public infrastructure and transportation to get people where they need to go. At Wayne, obviously we offer English, and we are gonna only offer 1 foreign language next year, Spanish. 76% of our students qualify for free and reduced lunch. It is a very diverse population, which we take great pride in. And most of our students are dependent upon school-provided transportation. The city bus, even though we are an urban school and an urban district, city bus doesn't come to us because we're in the county. So getting kids to these internships will be nigh on impossible. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Kim. Jill Cross, Benjamin Tomel, and Randy Stutt.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Guten Tag. Bonjour, buenos dias. I'm Jill Cross. I teach Spanish. Just finished my 30th year. Feel like I need an award for that.
Congratulations.
Yeah,
you do need an award for that.
I know. So knowing that the state school board listened to elementary teachers and they're pleased with the literacy requirements, I do have some hope that you are listening to high school teachers, especially Mapes and Gastineau. I really appreciated your comments a little while ago that you are listening to us. Obviously, I'm here on behalf of world languages, and but it's not just about me. It's about world history. It's about economics. It's about fine arts. It's about lots of subjects. So on the IDOE slides, you have that students with education beyond high school earn $1 million more a year, that 76% of students intend to go to some form of higher learning, and that 99% of jobs go to Americans with some education beyond high school. In order to go to that form of higher learning, you need a foreign language, you need certain math classes, certain science classes, and on the proposed diploma, those are not listed. I'd like to tell a little personal story. I had a student this past year who was in my homeroom. Never had her as a student in class, but she was in my advisee the last 3 years. And her mom moved to a different high school within Fort Wayne Community Schools. That's a good 25, 30-minute drive. And she was going to have to buy new cap and gown, change her school from Northrop to Southside, with 6 weeks left of having gone to Northrop for 3 years and however many weeks. I volunteered to drive her to and from school every day. and I made her finish the cross line as a Northrop Bruin because I felt it was important for her to do that. She did as well. But knowing her situation, there's absolutely no way that she could go to a job internship or go to a work placement or go to anything. She couldn't afford a car, A, and couldn't afford to insure the car, B. And public transportation in Fort Wayne doesn't necessarily take you to everywhere you need to go. So she did graduate successfully, is going to attend Purdue Fort Wayne, where the city bus does take her from her home to the university. So that's good for her. You've talked about GPS Plus Diploma and Academic Honors Diploma. Academic Honors Diploma requires you currently to take 2 AP or dual credit class. You take 1 dual credit, 1 AP, or 2 of each. The GPS Diploma is requiring you to take 10 AP or dual credit classes, 10. My own daughter, who attended Purdue, finished without an Academic Honors Diploma. There is absolutely no way on earth that she could have taken 10 AP or dual credit classes as a high school student. I wanted her to be a kid and to enjoy being a high school student and not forcing her to do college things while a high schooler. That's a rigorous workload, and then adding the work component to it was just too much. I have another child who chose to be a machinist. I do have something from a parent that I think is important for you to hear. He started studying Spanish as a high school student in Fort Wayne, and he now works for Social Security Administration as a bilingual claims specialist. He had been a Spanish teacher for 20 years prior to this career change. He says he has been able to interact and help thousands of people, all because he learned a second language. He continues with, as a people, we can decide to resist the flow of migration from Spanish-speaking countries, but the cold hard truth is that we need the very same people that we seek to exclude. Providing instruction in Spanish and other languages gives Hoosiers some tools to facilitate the way we accommodate the new arrivals. Our children, all Hoosier children, need the exposure to other languages that world language instruction in public schools offers. So hopefully you take heart. We definitely need world languages as part of the requirement. Thank you.
Thank you, Jill. Benjamin Tomel, Randy Stutt, and Nina Price.
I stand here today as an educator with 18 years of teaching experience. I am currently a German teacher at Northrop High School, Fort Wayne Community School District. I'm also the father of children who will be affected by these changes. I am alarmed that the state would consider removing rigor from the diploma requirements, and I would consider that removing baseline requirements of the diploma as, by definition, a reduction of rigor, because there will be students who will default to the lowest possible diploma achievement, and if we have removed requirements, they will default to the lowest possible pathway. Knowledge of economics, world history, advanced mathematics, science, music, art, and world language are essential for the cultivation of productive citizens. And it is more than just creating career opportunities. It is creating citizens who are going to be a part of society. For many students who earn this diploma, who miss out on opportunities because they were afforded flexibility that they didn't know what to do with, will discover later on that they missed opportunities because no one was pushing them towards a higher achievement. If we do not learn math, science, history, economics, world languages at school, when will students learn them? If we remove those requirements, when will they again have that opportunity to learn those courses? They will learn job experience at whatever job they go to. And as they move from job to job, they will be required to get new job experience that will be provided for them by their employer. Never again will they have the opportunity to have some of these courses. And we cannot know where life will lead us and what skills will help us when we are there. It is easy to sit and say, oh, I don't need this calculus. When am I ever going to need a differential equation? until the moment that life throws a situation at us where that is required. Students need to be exposed to a wider world. They need to have their worldview expanded. They need to wrestle with advanced concepts to provide them with opportunity to grow. Creativity is born out of a wealth of knowledge. Removing required classes will result in a poverty of thought. As a German teacher, I frequently hear the criticism that one will never need German. However, in an increasingly connected world, knowing another language only opens doors. And even students who don't remember their German have come back to me to tell me how grateful they are for having taken my class. They admit that they didn't actually learn or remember or retain German, but they learned so much more because they were in a world language classroom. They were exposed to so much more because of taking that language class. I want my students in my classes to be equipped to be productive members of society and not just good little workers. I want my daughters to receive a complete education and not have that education stolen from them and replaced with job experience and job training that will be easy enough for them to achieve on their own. I want them to be flexible, and I want them to adapt to the uncertain future. Students cannot be expected to know what they need later on in life. And finally, one other thought that came to me during other comments. Businesses will often say that they want soft skills. They need students with these soft skills and not just hard skills. However, no business will ever tell you that they want soft skills at the expense of hard skills. We need to not remove courses and remove hard skills just to offer those soft skills. Thank you.
Thank you, Benjamin. Randy Stutt, Nina Price, and John Hurley.
My name is Randy Stute, and I teach German at West Lafayette High School. And the first half of my 39-year career was actually spent in a small rural district of North White in Monon, Indiana. Through Indiana Foreign Language Teachers Association and the Indiana State Teachers Association, I have connections to colleagues in every type of school district in Indiana, from rural to urban, from small to huge. And based on my research and discussion and conversations, the changes that are being proposed for this diploma are coming across as dramatic. They are oftentimes overreaching and many times impossible to implement. So even for my own situation, these diploma tracks are going to be inadequate for the students, for my students to be able to attend the world-class university, Purdue, that sits 3 blocks from my building. It's going to make it more difficult. So what are some of the problems? Well, some of your own board members have already identified some of them. Mr. Gastineau pointed out that there really needs to be a very strong roadmap for parents and for counselors to make sure that students who do want to go to college will still end up having the right coursework to be able to do that. Instead of doing that, we could just simply keep the academic honors diploma track, and therefore they would have that already. I also want to echo, unfortunately, Mr. Mapes is not here. I'm going to give him a little cred, because lowering these standards from the current academic diplomas put our students in a disadvantage in admission and successful completion of college. Now, my students primarily are going to a 4-year institution, many times 2-year institutions. We also have developed in Lafayette a very strong Greater Lafayette Career Academy, and we have many more students who are doing that, who are doing certifications during, so I appreciate that, but to take away the other track, to overemphasize this track, doesn't seem to make a lot of sense to me. Papers stick together. As a world language teacher, making world languages and history optional, as we basically are throwing them in a drawer with everybody else, including all the fine arts, really do not make our students connected to the world. It actually is going to give them less flexibility. When I talk to my students, yes, my German teacher friend pointed out, many times people say, oh, what is German good for? It is a skill. And you're learning logic, you're learning culture, learning how to interact with people, and what gives you joy is what brings you to school every day. And that's why I'm really upset to see the fine arts being put in this drawer with everything else you can choose from. And some of my students, even at West Lafayette High School, would not be coming to school without those fine arts programs. They would not be coming to school. Students are expected to have work experiences with all of these diploma options. I have a severe problem with that because I want to know who's going to oversee to ensure these job environments adhere to the same requirements for employees undergoing extensive background checks. I don't know about you, but I think a lot of employers are going to say, if I have to spend a lot of money to have all my people go through background checks, some of whom will not pass, I can't have those students in my job situation. Who's going to ensure that the internships and the work experience meet the rigorous standards just as our courses are required to meet? Germany was mentioned, Switzerland's been mentioned. The German system has already been working for decades developing those standards so that when you're going into a welding program at BMW, they know exactly what you're supposed to learn along the way. They have a plan. It's done with the unions, it's done with other things. The biggest thing I would want to point out to you is we really have to find a way to make sure that we do not literally give a situation for small and rural communities who cannot either offer the college level programs that some of their students need, nor will they ever begin to give the resources to provide the work experience, apprenticeships, because there simply aren't those businesses there. So I would urge you to take under consideration the IFLTA suggestions about how to work more languages into the program you have, but I really do want to encourage those of you on the board who have expressed some concern to continue to work on that and to try to make sure that we do not cut out those students who already have a plan that's working. I mean, I understand we want to make things more work ready, but I also want to say we don't want to go to the point of chucking everything we already have just to do that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Nina Price, John Hurley, Christopher Hensley.
Hi, my name is Nina Price, and I'm a special education and language teacher at Carmel High School, as well as a Carmel Clay Schools parent. In its rollout of the GPS diploma, the IDOE proudly noted that it listened to stakeholder feedback and accordingly designed a program that is more learner-centric and flexible. While the GPS diploma does provide flexibility in grades 11 and 12, the stringent course requirements in grades 9 and 10 eliminate nearly all elective choices in the early years of high school. My experience as both a teacher and a parent has highlighted the importance of students being able to take elective classes in which they can identify new talents and strengths, make social connections with peers who have shared interests, and take chosen classes that increase their motivation to regularly attend school during the often challenging transition from middle to high school. For many students who have an IEP, the new structure of the 9th and 10th grade foundational knowledge and skills curriculum will lead to neurodiverse students being increasingly isolated. Given the rigid course requirements in grades 9 and 10, students who have an IEP that includes either a resource or a basic skills class would have no space in their schedule to take electives during 9th and 10th grade. This would be detrimental to the growth and success in high school of these students, as well as contribute to the widening disparity of educational opportunities and experiences between special education students and their peers. Furthermore, the extensive requirements for demonstrating work ethic competencies will place an undue burden on students with special needs. By expecting students to have a 3.0 GPA by the end of 10th grade and only giving credit to courses with an earned grade of C or above, the new diploma requirements penalize students with learning challenges. Moreover, students who have an IEP due to a health condition may not be able to meet the 94% attendance requirement, participate in a co-curricular, or have an external paid job. As proposed, the current criteria are exclusionary to the nearly 20% of students in our schools who have IEPs and 504 plans. I am asking the IDOE to enact its promise to design a new diploma that is both flexible and learner-centered by giving students the option to meet more of the foundational knowledge and skill requirements outside of 9th and 10th grade. Such flexibility will enable students to take valuable electives in their first 2 years of high school. I'm also asking the IDOE to reduce the competency requirements in order to make the GPS diploma more equitable and attainable for all students. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Nina. John Hurley, Chris Hensley, and Amanda Beck.
Thank you guys for allowing us to be here today. It said, I am John Hurley. I'm a career and technical educator at South Spencer High School, currently teaching the agricultural mechanics and advanced manufacturing pathways. I'm here to voice concern with the swift move to the new proposed graduation requirements. One issue this update presents is continuation of the constant upheaval of Indiana's education system over the past 20 years. Many of our schools just fully transitioned to the required graduation pathways and will again be forced to modify that student guidance. Additionally, Indiana will be the first state to implement this model. This is not innovation. This is using Hoosier students as test subjects for the latest trend in public education. Few of the new requirements align with other states. My school system is 10 miles from the Kentucky border and regularly accepts out-of-state students as well as transfer students to out-of-state schools. Many of our students also attend out-of-state colleges. With roughly a third of Indiana's schools in border counties, this will be a nightmare for students and counselors. Some type of alignment or credit transfer system would be needed. When speaking with our counselor, it was revealed the majority of students would fit between the two proposed models. Therefore, students have a choice of a lower rigor diploma or a nearly unattainable higher level. A diploma track that would honor exploring a variety of CTE courses rather than forcing students to be stuck in one pathway would alleviate some of these concerns. The largest concern is student safety and worker protections. The diplomas focus heavily on work-based learning even at the 9th and 10th grade. At that age, many students have not had a course that includes basic safety. A 15-year-old also does not possess that situational awareness of older students in those situations that need safety, have safety concerns. While under proper controls, work-based learning can be beneficial, we must be careful not to revert to a culture of child labor. Unfortunately, the current proposal will result in continuing lower college rates and will create workers who do not have to advocate for themselves or their coworkers. Indiana should focus on improvements and not rush just to be first. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Christopher Hensley, Amanda Beck, and Steve Baker.
Good morning. What an impressive group of speakers to follow. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with all of you. My name is Christopher Hensley, and I'm a French, English, and ESL teacher. Inspired by my own experiences studying French since the 6th grade, I began my teaching journey in northeastern France, teaching English to French high school and university students. Upon returning to the United States, I began teaching French and GED classes in a northern Indiana school district. Recently, I completed 6 years of teaching French, literature, and ESL in an independent school in Carmel, and now I will begin my 15th year of teaching as a middle school French and ESL teacher in central Indiana. No matter what teaching setting I have been in, whether large, small, public, independent, American, or French, one thing has always been clear. World language courses offer numerous benefits for all students: high ability students, neurodivergent students, ENL students, all students. World language courses open students' eyes to the richly complex world surrounding them. World language courses challenge the way students perceive and evaluate others whom they encounter. They refine students' writing, speaking, listening, and reading skills in their native language, while providing them with opportunities to explore, to create, and to make connections like no other type of course. World language courses are crucial to helping equip students for the vast world they live in, no matter their future aspirations. As a world language teacher, I consider myself truly fortunate to see students make connections between themselves and others of different cultures, to change the statement, "That's weird," to "That's different, and I want to know more," and to grow in their linguistic skills and in their cultural competence. I am concerned about the new high school diploma redesign and what I believe will be its inevitable impact on the ability of students to pursue and to access world language studies at the high school level. I kindly ask for the Indiana Department of Education to consider including world language education in the communications component of the foundational courses, including global engagement and competencies capstone to component 2, alongside work-based learning, and including the certificate of multilingual proficiency into the list of credentials of value. Around the globe, knowledge, or at least familiarity with another language, is an expectation. Sadly, in the United States, multilingualism is frequently considered an exception. As Italian filmmaker Federico Fellini stated, a different language is a different view of life. We owe it to our students and to the communities in which they live to provide them with as many different views of life as possible. Thank you for the work you all do, and thank you for allowing me to speak with you.
Thank you, Christopher. Amanda Beck, Steve Baker, and Aaron Warner.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Amanda Beck, and I have taught German for 17 years in the Tippecanoe School Corporation at William Henry Harrison High School in West Lafayette. While I am a 2023 Indiana Department of Education Teacher of the Year Top 10 finalist, the 2024 Central States Teacher of the Year, and a 2025 Actful National Teacher of the Year finalist, I am, most importantly, a mother of 2 Hoosier public school students who will be in the 1st and 4th cohorts utilizing the proposed GPS diplomas. I have a long list of equity, implementation, and accountability concerns with the current draft. However, I am also gravely concerned about the lack of rigor in the name of flexibility, especially the absence of world language requirements. I'm left wondering how all of these changes will impact my daughter's ability to enroll, enlist, or seek employment. Perhaps you are aware that Governor Holcomb is currently visiting the Netherlands, Belgium, and France. This is his 3rd trip overseas this year and is one of 23 trips abroad that he has taken on behalf of Indiana during his time in office. Our governor is clearly signaling that he understands the importance of economic cooperation with other nations, saying, quote, "Coming on the heels of our 2nd Indiana Global Economic Summit, it's more top of mind than ever that our international partners have been key to the record-breaking levels of investment coming into Indiana in the last few years," end quote. In light of this, how does reducing already anemic world language requirements benefit my daughters and make Indiana competitive? As the pathways currently stand, how will our graduates be able to apply to colleges and universities within our state when they're not even fulfilling the basic requirements necessary for admittance? How are our national interests best served when those who enlist cannot communicate in more than one language, especially when they're missing out on bonuses for being multilingual? How will Indiana be attractive to businesses based in countries where English is not the first language? Our kids could be working for one of the 1,050 foreign-owned businesses in the state. Is the expectation that everybody on the other end speaks English, since we aren't encouraging our students to learn world languages? What about intercultural understanding? How can our students compete when they don't know what they don't know about other cultures through the loss of not only world language requirements, but also geography and world history? Where is the push for our students to compete with their peers overseas, for whom learning multiple languages is compulsory and normal, and who come from strong education systems rooted in both science and the humanities? Having spent copious time experiencing the German school system through the U.S. Department of State-sponsored German-American Partnership Program exchange that I have coordinated since 2009, I can tell you firsthand that we are shortchanging our students now. The proposed changes only make the disparities starker. My daughters and their classmates' futures shouldn't be a poorly conceived and hastily implemented experiment that is missing key elements of a strong 21st century education. Today, I am urging you to collaborate with the many dedicated educators, counselors, school administrators, and parents for whom this is more than theoretical. The Department of Education has worked closely in the past with organizations like the Indiana Foreign Language Teachers Association to make positive change for Hoosier students, and the IFLTA and many other professional associations stand ready to help. Look around this room. There are countless professionals who care deeply about our learners and their futures, who are invested in their communities and our state, and who have a wealth of knowledge and ideas. Utilize those organizations and that brain power to ensure that the GPS diplomas are a success. Thank you.
Thank you, Amanda. Steve Baker, Aaron Warner, Kim Patterson.
It's hard to hear over the clapping, I'm sorry.
Steve Baker.
Thank you. I just wanted to hear my name again.
I know you did. I know you, Steve. I know. So I said it.
I gotcha. Well, thank you, Dr. Jenner and the State Board. I do appreciate you guys taking the time to hear us today. It does mean a lot. Dr. Jenner, you and the State Board came through with your promise. You said you would listen to feedback, take the feedback, and take it seriously. Had multiple conversations with you, Mr. Sandlin, others, so thank you for that opportunity, living up to your commitment there. Just want to talk to you about 3 items. regarding the redesigning of high schools, because I think it's more about redesigning high schools than just a diploma. And I also want to offer solutions, because I'm a solution-based guy. So number one is the absence of academic honors and technical honors out of the graduation pathway. According to IDEO data, 40% of students earned an honors diploma, technical or honors, in 2021. It translates to roughly 30,000 seniors who probably use this as a pathway. At Bluffton High School, by the way, it's our principal, I should have said, Bluffton High School, 58% of our students use the honors diploma as their pathway. So that will be a big gap. We need a good replacement for the honors diploma as soon as possible. I don't believe SAT, ACT, and dual credit, the current graduation pathways, will fill that gap, because when you find your SAT and ACT scores, it's at the end of your junior year, and then it's too late to go a different direction if you were counting on that for your pathway. Same way with dual credit. This replacement needs to be a pathway that a substantial number of our students, like 40%, can use. So a solution is maybe, I don't know, I'm interested in the enrollment seal. Is that something that we could put into the graduation pathway? I think we have to put something back in if we're going to take academic honors out. I think students will need that, and I encourage us to look for ideas with that. Second item, really want to encourage the continued evaluation of the competencies. I respect Mr. Scott Best and what he has said. With the competencies, don't disagree with him. I would just ask that we don't forget the at-risk student who may lack resources to complete them successfully, and I don't mean just the financial resources. I want to encourage all of us, including the educators, to look through the lens of that student and family and how they can be successful. In the diploma slides, the examples given are for competencies: leading a boy or girl scout troop, church youth group, volunteering in a community organization, 94% attendance, marked improvement in attendance, 2 seasons of extracurricular, 3.0 plus external paid job. Those, basically, all of those are the same type of student, and it's not the at-risk student. I'm afraid that student who struggles in school and doesn't find it relevant will only be further isolated by these competencies. So I think in the competencies, I don't think more necessarily is the answer. I think we just need variety and to be meaningful and relevant to all students, including the at-risk student. And then finally, the flexibility in teaching license, especially in the WBL. We will need our licensing to be as creative and innovative as our new diplomas will be. Dr. Jenner, you've already begun this. I personally asked you for help in personal finance, PCC, and computer science, and you've done that. All I ask is that we would just continue that flexibility across the board for all of us. And finally, thank you. I'm going to be right at 3 minutes, so thank you. As we talk about bringing maybe things back in, enrollment seal and everything else, the balance has been good. I just ask that balance remain. If we're going to have a GPS diploma plus an enrollment seal plus competencies, that may be more than what we were set out to do. So just that balance needs to stay there, that you've done a very good job on. So again, thank you for all your work, and thank you for listening to me today. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Steve. Aaron Warner, Kim Patterson, Brian Wiedner.
Good morning. I had a prepared speech, but that got thrown out. The presentations and earlier speakers and hearing from the school board members really modified what I had to say. I'm speaking on the GPS and GPS diploma types. I was trying to think on the way here today who this would affect a tremendous amount. I'm lucky to be out in the country. I'm not a farmer. I pretend to be whenever I'm getting eggs for my chickens. Terry is a good neighbor of mine, a good friend, and his wife Susan. They have 2 daughters. One chose to go to high-end interior design and works in London, England. The other one chose to stay home and be the farmer. I was trying to think what would be the ideal education that she could have gotten at my high school, Terre Haute South Eagle High School. And I would have that student. We didn't have ag when she went through. We now have ag because of the pathways. But taking some ag classes would be very important. But that's just one pathway. There's no way she should go through high school without taking at least 2 welding classes. Because if you hire a welder to come out and fix something, it's going to cost a ton of money. You have to fix it yourself. So take a couple welding classes. But if she took the ag pathway and 2 welding classes, our high school gets dinged for those 2 welding classes. She should also take a couple machining classes. So when she needs to machine a part, on a mill or a metal lathe, she can do that. But if she takes 2 machining classes, our school gets dinged for not being she's not a non-completer. That's what we call them. She didn't complete a pathway. She's going to have to run the farm, so she's got to know a lot about money. She needs to take finance and accounting in our business program. Our school, again, will get dinged for not having a completer go through these pathways. We have a lot of flexibility in our existing system, but if we're punishing our schools for letting students kind of customize their own education, that is not a good way to go. Going to these diploma types, I think we have answers to problems. We have the classes already to answer some of those problems. To go to these diploma types, I think is going to create more issues. It's certainly going to be tougher for parents. I had a summer program I offer for my incoming freshmen. I had 12 kids come in of their own time in the afternoons to get them ready for high school. I just do this volunteer. And I had a parent seriously concerned about their daughter, whether she chooses the early college biology or does she choose advanced freshman biology. And she was really concerned, thinking that all of her high school is at stake, which pathway or which route she chooses. It's tough. Creating these diploma types and then seals is going to make things much more confusing for parents. We just had the first graduating class go through the graduation pathway system. I've always said it takes 5 years to master a class. Our corporation used to say you had to be a teacher for 5 years before you went to administration. I wish we could collect data for at least 5 years before we start making these changes, and in my opinion, they're pretty massive changes. 2 other concerns of mine, and some of these have been brought up, and one is the number of internships or amount of work experience required. We are a 40% free and reduced lunch corporation. I don't know how these students are going to get to these places and get all of this out-of-school stuff done. I have 2 young men who live not far from me. It takes 25 minutes just to get to town. Is that 30 seconds? Okay. I don't know how we're going to get those kids to where they need to be. Finally, computer science is a requirement. That has been the revolvingest doors of all positions in our schools. We already can't keep people in that position as it is. We've been lucky with the teachers we have. To increase that by 2 to 3 times statewide, I don't know where we're going to get those teachers from. There are some neat ideas, but we really need to put the brakes on and look at some of these issues before we jump into the pool. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Aaron. Kim Patterson, Brian Wiedner, and Graham Collins.
Good morning, or is it good afternoon now? It's
I
good
think
afternoon.
we're 8 minutes, and then it's good afternoon.
My name's Kim Patterson, and I just finished my 31st year teaching English language arts in the Kokomo area at a corporation of fewer than 1,500 students. I currently teach 7th graders for the past 15 plus years, and I'm concerned with the requirement that students choose an educational path in middle school. Many of my students are still wearing pajama pants to school and obviously aren't making good clothing choices yet, so this big choice is not a good one for them. I would estimate half of my kids, based on their attendance and their work in my classroom and their spring I-Learn scores, would probably be able to do this. I have 128 students. So there must be flexibility allowed for students to change pathways throughout high school, which several have said that already. Most, if not all, teachers are familiar with monitoring and tracking students and with the work done in guidance departments. I don't know how these guidance workload increases would be handled. My school is the most understaffed school. I've been a part of it for 31 years, and we do the most with the least, and they're proud of it, that we do the most with the least. How will this tracking take place outside of the school setting additionally? My recent teaching experience has been that at most about 50% of the parents of my students can be relied upon to interact with school employees about the progress of their child. And so will students with inattentive or non-existent parents or guardians be left behind? So echoing what someone else said, a system of some type must exist that will allow school employees, students, and parents to document learning that takes place outside the classroom. And I've edited some, so forgive my hesitation. We surely don't want a new diploma that would negatively highlight our students living in or near poverty. At my middle school, we're 32% free and reduced lunch. When I started teaching, we were less than 10%. And as I said earlier, kids are not physically prepared to come to school regarding dress or hygiene in many cases. And not every student has access to a vehicle, and my students live in a small town with limited businesses, fewer than 2,500 residents in town. My own children had access to a world-class public education at Kokomo High School that helped them become well-rounded adults and to experience all kinds of people and things and courses. And we must not leave behind those world history courses and those foreign language courses. I think this has partially been answered, but I ask, are universities and community colleges aware of and in agreement with these proposed diploma changes? And we can always go back to what statesmen and philosophers have said, that those who fail to learn from history are doomed to repeat it. And the way the political landscape of our country has been the past few years, it scares the heck out of me if we don't have people who know what our history is and how we came to be. To close, my fear is that these proposed changes will allow us to view our students only as future employees and worker bees, and that this rethinking of high school is more about meeting the needs of wealthy business owners than it is about doing what's best for kids. In late April, I saw an op-ed in the Chicago Tribune right around the same time the information about this diploma came out. And the op-ed was from Florida Governor Jeb Bush. When I know about what Florida education situations are like, and I've heard about Jeb Bush for 20 years, it scared the heck out of me to see that he thought we were great for doing this. If Jeb Bush is for it, I'm probably against it. Since then, I have felt certain that there are partisan national groups, and I'm sure this is part of that broad coalition that was mentioned multiple times in the presentation, partisan national groups pushing the redesign of high school. And as we know, one more sentence. Indiana's elected officials like to be first in line to jump when a new educational idea comes around, vouchers. However, I would urge you to wade slowly into those waters of change. Please and thank you.
Thank you, Kim. Brian Wiedner, Graham Collins, Megan Baker.
Good morning. I think
Good
I might be the
morning.
last one to say that. Thank you
Yeah.
so much for having the time for us today. My name is Dr. Brian Widener. God bless you.
Yeah.
I'm an
Allergies.
associate professor of music education at Butler University and the current chair of the Indiana Society for Music Teacher Education. Along with arts education colleagues at the Indiana Music Education Association, the Indiana Arts Education Network, and other Hoosier arts educators, I am coming to appeal for revisions to the GPS diploma to reflect how the arts positively impact employability skills. Collaboration, communication, creativity, critical thinking, character, citizenship, and computational thinking are all at the center of arts education coursework and activities. The very goal of the GPS diploma is to align to work-based competencies, which are already being developed in art-rich schools and communities in ways that set students up for success, not only as future employees, but as future professionals. When businesses, families, and individuals seek out communities in which to establish themselves, one of the markers they look for are places that include a rich tapestry of the arts alongside athletics, co-curriculars, and other activities within schools. Studies have demonstrated that employers seek out students who have been involved in the arts, as they already have developed employability-related factors through their engagement in co-curricular school activities. One of my core concerns with the GPS plan is that it ignores the progress towards work-based competencies that already exist in our schools through performing arts programs, in addition to programs in career and technical education and other co-curricular activities that mentor students in goal setting, teamwork, persistence, grit, and other desirable workplace qualities. These are skills that do not uniquely develop or even best develop in entry-level positions or through high school level internships in workplaces that were originally designed for adults rather than adolescents. Rather, co-curricular experiences that are mediated by licensed professionals engage students as creators, collaborators, critical thinkers, and leaders. I, along with other arts educators, would ask for 3 core improvements to the existing GPS proposal plan. First, redefine the arts as co-curricular programs. The arts are a critical part of the curriculum for all students, requiring licensed teachers who mentor students through collaborative learning and creative activities that emphasize work-based competencies in age-appropriate and supported settings. Second, include a 1-credit requirement for the fine arts in the foundational courses and competencies of the GPS plan, as they provide an approach to creative collaboration and engagement with our rich cultural traditions that are unique among disciplinary areas. Third, include the arts as well as other co-curricular activities that emphasize product-based learning as valid work-based learning experiences to count toward component 2 of the GPS Plus plan. These programs promote the same core set of skills as desired in the best of workplace learning settings, in a setting where students receive supervision and mentoring in age-appropriate ways that may not be provided in all workplace settings. Inclusion of the arts, along with other co-curricular activities in an intentional, systemic way, provides students with equitable access to learning opportunities that enhance our communities, challenge student learning, and promote post-high school competencies that serve them as future professionals, again, not just as future workers. Thank you again for your time today.
Thank you. Thank you, Brian. Graham Collins, Megan Baker, Andrea Campbell.
Good afternoon. My name is Graham Collins. I'm a graduate of Greenwood High School and the University of Indianapolis. I was able to graduate from UIndy in 4 years because I was so prepared with my academic honors diploma. I was able to triple major in economics, finance, international business, and a world language. And I was able to have so many opportunities with my career. I was able to work in marketing in New York. I was able to work for a Bill Gates company in finance. I was able to work in photography in Chicago, all because of my world language skills. I grew up speaking English. I didn't really have a desire to take a world language. My parents didn't go to college. They didn't tell me what to take. Because of the academic honors diploma, I was required to take a world language, and I'm so thankful that I did because it opened up so many doors for me, gave me so many opportunities, and I'm so worried for our students today who are not going to have those opportunities because they're going to take the minimum requirement that's required for the diploma, kind of like what I did, and they're not going to take world language. They're not going to take these different courses. They're going to give them all the opportunities that I had. So I'm asking that you please add in those requirements, world language, world history, other things to make you a well-rounded person, to give students opportunities in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Graham. Megan Baker, Andrea Campbell, Tina Campbell.
Hello, I'm Megan Baker. I'm the Executive Director of Student Data Systems at the Evansville-Vandenberg School Corporation. I'm here today not only as a district administrator, but also as a mother of a 7th grade student. Though my daughter's career interests seem to fluctuate weekly, she most recently told me she wanted to be a math teacher. When I hear a math teacher, I feel a little bit of relief, but not for the reason you may suspect. I am relieved because the high school she will attend offers the NLPS Education Professions Pathway as one of just 3 pathways they can staff in their building. As a result, I am hopeful she will have the opportunity to take courses in areas that interest her. The new GPS diploma doesn't require her to complete a CTE concentrator, but here is what I can tell you to be true. Though the GPS diplomas are marketed as being learner-centric and relevant to students, schools have cut back on offering a broad spectrum of electives in order to be able to staff and offer all the courses required for NLPS pathways. Now, the flexibility allowed in the GPS diplomas may indeed produce less of a need for core teachers and allow for more hiring of CTE teachers that continue to be increasingly hard to find. But does it make sense to offer fewer advanced courses, such as AP and dual credit courses, when we know the research shows that taking just one of these courses increases a student's post-secondary success? With this year's graduating class being only the 2nd class to graduate under the current graduation pathway requirements, do we even have data to support that they have indeed made high school courses more relevant and personalized to students' interests and post-secondary goals, when the NLPS pathways that students have access to are few in number and the electives are scarce in the schools they attend? Now, rather than taking time to analyze the impact of what is already in place with the addition of graduation pathways for the class of 2023 and beyond, the recommendation is to add additional competencies within the GPS diplomas. Furthermore, these newly proposed competencies lack clarity. The employability skills and post-secondary readiness components of graduation pathways already lacked clarity with terms like attempt, take, artifacts. So much so that an 8-page FAQ document is required on the IDOE website to clear up any confusion. Now, we are looking to add the same issues to the GPS diploma requirements with vague terms like verified externally, satisfied, demonstrate. However, clarity in words is just the tip of the iceberg. The inequities the proposed GPS diplomas create are insurmountable. A coworker of mine said it best. Students have different social capital, and there are fears about inequities in this model, especially with reliance on external verifications. Some students are part of families who are well-connected and have plentiful resources. Others are not. Education is about changing the trajectory for students, and there are fears that this diploma will exacerbate inequalities. Therefore, as a district, we are suggesting a reevaluation of the GPS diploma requirements that focuses on increasing within schools opportunities for students to meet diploma requirements, while also committing significant resources to ensure high-quality opportunities and supports for all students and circumstances. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Megan. Andrea Campbell, Tina Campbell, Mary Black. All right, good afternoon. Hello, my name is Andrea Campbell, and I'm the Chief Administrative Officer for high schools in the Evansville-Vanderburgh School Corporation, and I'm happy to be here to address the proposed GPS diploma. There are several things that are positive about the ideas that have been proposed. Customization and students having more choice in high school, course selections in their area of interest, and the omission of some of these courses that were previously required can lead to increased relevance. These changes could potentially lead to an increase in community and industry engagement and shared responsibility for student success, as well as ease the transition to the workforce for students who choose this path. And the addition of financial literacy is an important area that's been has not been required for students in the past, but I do believe this is something that could be accomplished without changing the diploma drastically. When we embarked on the current iteration of the state diploma, I was a wholehearted supporter, but I do not believe it ended up hitting the mark. My concern right now is that this reimagining of the diploma is going to have many of the same issues that we're currently facing. So while I appreciate the willingness and the desire to individualize the diploma for students, this needs to be equitable and realistic for all of our parties. My colleague said it best when she spoke of the social capital that some students and families are lacking for the completion of the proposed diploma. The difficulty in finding CTE teachers has already been lifted, and the idea that some core teachers will be replaced is a real concern. There's also going to be a lot of confusion for students and families. The tracking systems that will be needed to keep all parties knowing if a student is on track towards graduation have not been developed. So while we are looking to provide flexibility within the diploma, we really need to consider a student's maturity, perspectives, and decision-making. High school is supposed to be about exploring and learning about oneself and ultimately becoming a more well-rounded person, and I'm not sure that we're providing that opportunity. Do we plan to accelerate high school so that 4 years is no longer the norm? We know that students are motivated by less school, even when it's detrimental to their future plans. We need to look further into continued incentives for advanced coursework in order to make Hoosier students competitive across the nation, if not globally. And we need to consider what this change in diploma will do for college opportunities and scholarships. While I feel that EVSC has worked intentionally in the area of providing field experiences and work-based learning opportunities, we are still struggling. There will need to be many more quality field placements that are worthwhile learning experiences for students under this new proposal. Barriers that often exhibit themselves include a student's age and the ability to provide transportation. And this leads to further inequities and experiences that are not of high quality. The current diploma has only been required for 2 years now, and even within those requirements, CTE has changed over the last few years. Our rising 8th graders with whom this new diploma will apply are enrolling for high schools this fall. So I don't believe we're ready to move forward with the current state, and I ask that we continue work and efforts to strengthen the proposal, and ultimately there shouldn't be a hurry to get this done, and instead let's get it right. Thank you. Thank you, Andrea. Tina Campbell, Mary Black, Amanda Ramirez.
Hi. As a social studies teacher at Danville Community High School, I'd like to comment on the social studies portion of the new diploma requirements. So I'm concerned that world history or world geography will no longer be required, as some of you are also. Presumably, the new diploma standards aim to create better workers for today's economy. Well, today's economy is global, so having an understanding of the world's history and geography is essential. If these new requirements are adopted as they are now written, the last required world geography course will be in 7th grade, meaning that we will be sending graduates into the world with the global understanding of 13-year-olds. My second concern is that U.S. government will become a sophomore year requirement. This past school year, I switched from teaching world history to sophomores to teaching government to seniors. I was struck by two things. One, there is an immense amount of vocabulary and nuance required to understand how our government, in particular federalism, works. And two, while seniors participate in government class so that they may pass and graduate, they really have minimal interest in government despite being of age to vote. So Indiana already ranks near the bottom of voter turnout among the 50 states. Requiring government earlier in a student's schooling when they are not even able to participate will surely not improve our voter turnout numbers. The new social studies diploma requirements send the message that Indiana only cares about preparing workers for our local economy. Requiring world history and keeping U.S. government as a later course requirement says that Indiana is preparing active citizens to be successful in a global economy. Thank you.
Thank you, Tina. Mary Black, Amanda Ramirez, Catherine Zucha.
Good afternoon. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Mary Black. I've just completed my 50th year as an educator. Thank you. And my experience includes kindergarten to 12th grade.
Wow.
Life skills, and in the last 13 years, I've served as curriculum director, elementary director, and am now working as a curriculum creator for Freedom Project Academy. I am very concerned about these new diploma requirements. As a teacher, I tend to go for the facts and to be verbose. I will try to be very brief. Horace Mann, in the 1800s, started to promote this workforce education, this training. A historian stated about Mann that nobody did more than he did to promote that the aims of education should be social efficiency rather than learning. John Dewey, in the first half of the 20th century, felt that the progressive agenda that he was promoting was the reading, emphasis on high literary standards, was an obstacle to the progressive agenda he was promoting. Then in 1992, Mark Tucker, president of the NCEE, wrote to Hillary Clinton shortly after the election of Bill Clinton to the presidency and outlined a workforce-based education. That plan was instituted, implemented, codified in 1994 with 3 pieces of legislation. 2 further pieces of legislation, the Workforce Investment Act in 1998 and the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act in 2004, further cemented this plan. In the summer of 2012, I had the opportunity to listen to a talk by one of your predecessors, Dr. Tony Bennett, and asked the question of him. I asked if he thought we were preparing students to live to their fullest potential or for businesses and corporations? His response, sadly, without any hesitation, was businesses and corporations. I close with this thought, one that I hope you will consider. Why must teachers now compete with the workplace to provide students with a well-rounded education? Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mary. Amanda Ramirez, Catherine Zuka, and Amanda Standers.
I'm going to move the microphone up a little bit. Hello, Dr. Jenner and members of the board. My name is Amanda Ramirez. I've taught Japanese for Avon Community School since 2008, levels 1 through advanced placement. Today, I represent the Advocacy Committee for the Indiana Foreign Language Teachers Association, which I previously served as conference chair and president. I currently serve as the Central States or Midwest representative on the board of directors for ACTFL, the National Association for Language Education Professionals. ACTFL provides leadership and support for quality teaching and learning through research, standards, assessments, professional development, and publications. We work with language professionals in pre-K to 16 schools, as well as those in business, government, and military sectors. While I know many have addressed the need for world language for college enrollment, I want to focus on the other two E's, employment and enlistment. I'm concerned that the lack of world language requirements in the new diploma will leave Indiana graduates lacking in language and intercultural skills needed for future employment and enlistment. In 2023, Indiana exported a record $56.1 billion in goods to other countries. We ranked 9th in the country in exported goods and 7th in agricultural exports. Additionally, there are over 1,000 companies with foreign investment in Indiana, employing thousands of Hoosiers. International trade and investment is our bread and butter. When 9 out of 10 employers in this country say that they rely on employees with language skills other than English, we cannot say we are preparing Indiana graduates for the workforce with a diploma that doesn't require languages at all. Regarding enlistment, the Department of Defense invests millions of dollars in language education and training each year. Personally, I received a surprise $4,000 grant in financial aid from the DoD because I was studying a language considered critical to national security. The military tried to recruit me to their language school several times. Several of my students have gone on to enlist and have been stationed in Okinawa and have also attended those language schools. In a Business Insider article, it was stated that language capabilities were just as important as resources and technology for service members in special operations. High levels of proficiency are necessary for service members overseas as well as military intelligence. The level of proficiency required is not achieved overnight. It takes years. It starts in elementary, middle school, and high school. It is an issue of national security when we do not adequately prepare students for enlistment. Given the lack of social studies requirements, I fear our graduates won't be able to pick out the country they might be stationed in on a map, let alone speak the language. As an educator, as a parent, and as a Hoosier, I urge the State Board of Education to revise this diploma to include world language and the communications component, add the seal of multilingual proficiency to the list of credentials of value, and to include global engagement and competency in component 2 alongside work-based learning, service learning, and project-based learning. The Advocacy Committee has worked on a draft of what that could potentially entail. It is included in this packet of information and letters we will leave with you today. We've worked together successfully in the past and look forward to working with you in the present and the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Amanda. Catherine Zuka, Amanda Standers, Jean Moore-Palm.
Hello, Indiana State Board of Education. Thank you for letting me speak to you. My name is Catherine Zuha. It's European, and so that's why the C is silent. I have been teaching, teaching is my 4th career. I've been teaching for 13 years, 12 years as a special ed teacher up in Fort Wayne, Indiana. The federal government requires us to do transition plans for our students when they turn 16. The state of Indiana actually requires us to do it when they turn 14. And I've always thought that that was way too young. Some of my 14-year-olds are in the 6th grade. Some of them have been held back. But no matter what, 8th graders are way too young to talk about what their future plans are going to be. I did not even declare a major until my sophomore year of college. So I don't know how we can expect these young people to understand exactly what their career trajectory is going to be. I'm also wondering about what, if they are going to these businesses, are we providing paraprofessionals for them? I'm not really sure what that would look like, and whether these companies are going to have people trained in emotional dysregulation. Most of us have been trained in that with Dr. Lori Desautel's, and where we learned applied educational neuroscience. I'm not just talking about children who with exceptionalities. I'm talking about all of our kids. I think this could be a problem, and we would need to address that as well. Thank you for speaking today.
Thank you, Catherine. Amanda Sanders, Jean Moore Palm, and Jay Taylor.
Good afternoon.
Good
Amanda
afternoon.
Sanders, special education teacher, 28 years. Almost ready to retire. I have a few concerns with the new diploma requirements. I figure they are lacking some rigor that the Core 40 has. We don't have classes like world history, which are pretty important for some of our kiddos. Rural districts where I am from, they will struggle with providing these external work options. It's going to be hard to be able to put these kids in work opportunities that are needed by this diploma. Another concern is middle school students having to pick an education pathway, like the lady before me was talking about transition plans. 14-year-olds, we do that. They want to be NBA players, okay, they at 14. So picking an education pathway, it's pretty misguided to try to do that at that age. We just want middle schoolers to use deodorant. Lastly, who is going to track all of this and monitor their coursework and extracurricular activities? As a special ed teacher, I already track grades, goals, credits for all of my 30 kids on my caseload, which is a small amount right this year. I work with the guidance counselors to make sure all their courses are lined up so that there won't be an issue later on. I'm already overwhelmed with the amount of paperwork that I do, and now I'm going to have to do more. Teachers are leaving the state of Indiana due to the workload and a lack of pay. Don't give us more to do. My daughter will be in this first class under the new diploma requirements. She goes to school for creative arts classes. Don't take those from her, please. Please listen to your teachers. We need your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Amanda. Jean Moore Palm, Jay Taylor, and Israel Herrera.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Jean Moore Palm, and I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak with you just briefly today. This is my 5th career as a teacher. I just completed my 15th year. To kind of reflect on what Kathy had said, I just turned 60, and I still don't know what I'm going to be when I grow up. So I'd like to share just a brief history with you. When I started in the public education field, I was teaching a very specific pathway in the area of CTE. In 2019, the pathways were introduced, and CTE became an alternative pathway for those students who were unable to complete a graduate record exam. By 2021, our school system was already in the process of developing and addressing the NLPS standards. And in looking at those, we have not officially started those and won't until this fall. I've been teaching the NLPS model for the last 2 years. I'd like to share with you that when I first started teaching my course, I gave 1 grade. Now with the NLPS, I am addressing 8 different grades per student, and I'm also giving 21 dual credit hours as part of my course that I teach. It is a very lofty and large component. One thing that I would encourage is that if you are doing these new pathways, look at interoperability. Make sure that agency to agency, those regulations and requirements match up. It has been my experience that that is not always the case. I would like to see, and I did see within your legislative piece that you are talking about assessing students for ability to complete a pathway. One of the things that happened with pathways in the NLPS is that I got a lot of students who were simply not career and college ready, and it made it very frustrating and very difficult for them. As a consequence of that, my program has been surplused because they felt that too many students were not able to complete it, even though they were not looking at the requirements of the program. So when you are looking at creating these new diplomas, I encourage you to kind of look at what you're doing with these and that they're being modeled with the idea in mind that we are making the best well-rounded student. And in closing, I'd just like to share with you that within my coursework, students were available to learn about science, math, literacy, development, critical thinking skills, procedural, alternate forms of communication, situational awareness, lifelong friendships, and life-saving abilities, as well as learning how to learn. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jean. Jay Taylor, Israel Herrera, Aaron Burkhart.
Good afternoon, and thank you for your time today. As I demonstrate daily in my high school classroom, I firmly believe that success is reached when your actions match your goals. I'm pleased to hear that one of your goals is to provide flexibility based on student choice. I'm pleased to hear that a goal of yours is to strengthen pathway and vocational programs to better serve a wider range of student interests and abilities. However, in writing, these actions demonstrate completely different goals. They demonstrate a restrictiveness as opposed to a flexibility. These actions depict a system where vocational programs are the default and academics are the elective. These actions read as decisions made early and then are fixed and irreversible. These actions show a narrowing of focus rather than a holistic and well-rounded approach to citizenship. I implore you to continue on with our existing programs and structure, since that is what best matches the goals you have outlined. Let us see it through before changing them, because as science has proven, changing multiple variables at once can invalidate the experiment. Thank you.
Thank you, Jay. Israel Herrera, Aaron Burkhart, Jay Husser.
Hi, thank you for this opportunity.
You're welcome.
Here once again, my name is Israel Herrera. First of all, I would like to thank the school board member, Greg Gastineau, for your words at the beginning of this session, highlighting the importance of world languages, and also Mr. Pat, I don't know how to Mapes, also for the highlighting of world languages. I'm a teaching professor in the IU Department of Spanish and Portuguese. And I'm here representing the IU World Languages and Cultures Committee and also the Indiana Language Roadmap. I'm here to speak on behalf of world language education and also the global preparedness for our Indiana students. In a conversation meeting with the Indiana Roadmap members, that is a federal project funded by the Department of State and also the Department of Education. We're really very concerned about the importance of world languages in the current diplomas, the design. So we would like to urge for a revision of this component in different aspects, in the sense that it should continue being a requirement as it was in the academic honors diploma. We are concerned about the parts of the new high school diplomas, especially the lack of languages education and any global learning opportunity. According to the Office of the U.S. Trade Representative, Indiana, as someone mentioned before, a colleague of mine, is the 9th largest state exporter of goods and the 7th largest in agricultural exports. Last year, Indiana companies exported more than 56.1 billion in exported goods, 55.2 billion in exported manufactured products, and 7.4 billion in agricultural exports. These equate to around 100,000 jobs in companies that export abroad. Foreign direct investment supports roughly 200,911 jobs in Indiana, and these jobs are found in almost every county of the state. Indiana's economy depends on these foreign investments and exports. Employees with language skills positively impact Indiana's economy. And as most of you know, in May, just 2 weeks ago, last week actually, Indiana hosted the second annual Indiana Global Economic Summit, hosted by Governor Holcomb, the Indiana Secretary of Commerce and Indiana Economic Development Corporation. The IEDC promoted the summit with the words, "It's increasingly evident that big challenges and opportunities require global participation and world language skills." This is from our governor. In a survey conducted by the Indiana Language Roadmap in 2022, the Indiana employers were found to value the teaching of world languages and also the proficiency when they hire the employees, particularly in hiring and promoting management. Businesses unable to find employees in Indiana with world languages and global competency skills may have to look elsewhere for qualified individuals. World languages are also vital for the advancement of our students into higher education, as many colleges and universities across the state of Indiana require or prioritize 4 or more credits of language study to be accepted at their institutions. The U.S. Department of State and the U.S. Department of State promotes world languages learning as vital for the security of the country. Supporting multilingual learners are also supporting a healthy state, and makes Indiana a vibrant place for all to live and thrive. So, as many of the speakers have mentioned, we bring some options and revisions and proposals that the Department of Education and the school board members should analyze. Is the importance of world language, and the proposal would be to keep the teaching of the world languages either for 4 years with one language, or 2 years for 2 languages, along with the global preparedness and the global perspectives. That is something that we don't see in the current proposal. That would be to collaborate or to contribute to the well-rounded education. That sound is for me? Okay, sorry. So that is important for the well-rounded education for our students. In the global perspectives or global preparedness, we could acknowledge any opportunity where the area allows to have experiential learning. That is something that we mentioned. Experiential learning, the opportunity also to have any kind of use of language in internships, in shadowing, and also the acknowledgement of something that we were able to get here, to approve here in our Senate, in our Congress, that was the Indiana Certificate of Multilingual Proficiency. So I urge the Department of Education and all the school members to analyze the importance of world languages and global preparedness for our future students and generation. Thank you.
Thank you, Israel. Aaron Burkhart, Jay Husser, Calissa Baker.
Good afternoon, Dr. Jenner and state board members. Thank you so much for listening to all of us today. This takes a long time, and I appreciate your attentiveness as we continue to express how we feel about the GPS diploma. My name is Aaron Burkhart. I am a high school band director, music teacher, and administrator in Indianapolis. Today, I'd like to speak to you to the effect on the arts in the proposed GPS diploma. And I'd like to speak to you about this from the context of relationships. One of my great privileges as a high school band director is the opportunity I have to build positive professional relationships with my students. It is through these relationships developed over years that I have had the most impact as an educator. For example, I had a student over the course of more than 4 years, because I transitioned from middle school to high school teaching. I ended up having him for 7 years. This student had reading and math issues throughout their entire high school career and in middle school. And their guidance counselor told me that it was their love of music and their ability to participate in jazz band, marching band, and perform the national anthem at games that kept them in high school. Eventually they graduated, and without his motivation to come in and play his saxophone every day, he probably would have dropped out. A second brief story. My ability as a music educator to build relationships with students over time has positive benefits in how they are viewed in their post-secondary applications. For example, I recently received an email from a university administrator who stated that my letter of recommendation for that student was a major factor in that student's acceptance into the college program of their choice. That can't happen if that student could only take music for 1 year or no years and not have the time to develop a relationship with me. I would also argue that it can't happen with a work-based employer who doesn't have the training that I have to develop those relationships and figure out the best way to write and promote who my students are so they have the best opportunities after high school. Page 8 of the GPS PowerPoint lists several employability skills and lists them as work-based and not school-based. But if any of you out there or right here have been in a band, orchestra, or choir, you know that these skills, such as reliability, efficiency, teamwork, resilience, commitment, and many others, are already being taught and assessed by certified educators in their music classrooms. This exists. The desires that we have for this new program already exist, not just in performing arts, but in athletics and other areas. So what can be done? Well, as you heard from my colleague, Dr. Widener, the Indiana Music Educators Association has made a statement outlining 3 adjustments to the diploma. Number 1, define arts as co-curricular, not extracurricular. Number 2, include a requirement in the 9-10 foundational courses and competencies for 1 credit of fine arts. And number 3, include after-school performing arts activities as work-based learning under component 2 of the GPS Plus plan. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Aaron. And we're going to do a couple of more, and then we're going to take another restroom break because we have quite a few more. Jay Husser and Kalissa Baker.
By the way, that's Huser. It's long.
Huser.
Yeah.
It's like when I was a high school teacher. You know, you have 150 kids, and no matter how hard you try, you don't get every name right. So thank you for understanding.
No, it's all right. No, but none of my teachers got it right anyway. So,
yeah,
you know.
Yeah.
Now, I like hearing what you wanted to do with this program, but as mentioned before, where are you going to get the educators for this? Because right now, at your current pay, there's no way a guy that can teach technology or anything like that is going to come down to that. I talked to my son who's studying down at IU. I said, hey, won't you want to become an educator? He goes, Dad, I'm going to be starting off at $65,000. Why do I want to go work for a place that I would make $24,000 less? He goes, do you know that the salaries today are 25% below what they were making in 1970? if you add inflation to it. Right now, a loaf of bread was 25 cents in 1970. It's $2 today. That is a 700% increase. Our salaries have gone up 500%. These teachers that have been here, I've only been doing this 7 years. I got into this by an accident. It's true, but I got into it by an accident. But I enjoy it. And thank God I got a wife that makes a lot of money on the side. Because there is no way that I could be doing this and supporting myself. Just think real quickly, a kid gets out of college. They have college loans to pay for. Let's say it's about $400 or $500 a month. Throw in their rent. Now rent is going to skyrocket. Up in Frankfurt, you used to be able to get a rent for around $700. It's now $1,100. There's $1,600, and you're saying that they're going to be after taxes, $25. You want a new car, you got to pay for this, you got to do it. They got nothing to live on. And then when everybody says, "Hey, guess what? Go get a second job." I have teachers up there. We're short. I have 3 teachers that teach 60-some students a class right now, math and 2 science teachers. And one of them's doing the second job. How he does it, I don't know. And what is really, my last thing is, what is really disappointing to hear is, "Oh, you're a teacher?" I wore a shirt that has C for Cincinnati, and I thought I worked at Chick-fil-A. They go, "Oh, don't you have a second job?" We're professionals. We get our college degrees. But if you go take a look at all the surveys, and these are the kids are looking at, and they say, one of the worst return on investments is a college diploma and becoming an educator. It's one of the worst things that a kid could do after going to school and get a return on investment. So my point is, with all these programs you're wanting to do, once again, where are you going to get these guys? Especially at what you're wanting to pay. That's all I got to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Jay. Calissa Baker, and then we'll take a restroom break.
That not nearly as fancy as the other things. Calissa Baker. So I'm a high school social studies teacher, a parent, a volunteer in my community through 4-H, and a concerned Hoosier. I have yet to receive any contact from the Board of Education when I offered my assistance at last month's meeting to help you brainstorm some of these issues with the diploma. And in your March presentation, you stated you continue to have extensive stakeholder outreach to inform your efforts. As a teacher, a parent, and part of a community organization, I never received any outreach, nor did I have any notifications of these listening tours, nor an invite to them. So, and in talking to my school counselor, it seems the only people in my building who are getting insight are principals, not the guidance counselors you're going to burden with extensive tracking of these vague and ill-thought-out competencies, not the teachers who will have to guess year to year if they have a job because almost every course is an option. In your desire to become flexible for Indiana students, you create such a weak foundation of knowledge that they cannot stand on a competitive leg in the college or career pool against peers from other states. And while I address briefly the college-bound students who will struggle or burn themselves out seeking this plus option or have to take remedial courses at a community college so they can apply, I'd like to focus on some more logistics of the career-bound piece. I fully support the trades. I tell my students the truth. You do not have to go to college to be successful. You can learn a trade and make more money than I do with 7 years experience in my field and a master's degree. But that work is hard on the body and requires extensive training to do it right and not get hurt. That's why there's OSHA laws and safety requirements in the workforce. Did you know at Kroger, anyone under 18 cannot handle the cleaning spray because it has a chemical? I know this because I've had to have a part-time job for 14 years. Do you think companies are going to lower their standards and regulations to allow teenagers to learn all of these skills? Where are you going to place all of these teenagers? Has it occurred to you that there aren't many options in some communities to host all this work experience you want students to have? Companies can sometimes rarely allocate training hours to their actual new hires. Why would they have hours to supervise and train teenagers who can't legally do the jobs? And are these places safe for minors? I mean, can every person in that place of work you want students to gain experience in pass a background check to be around minors? Have you thought about all of these little details? Because that is what educators, support professionals, and counselors are doing every day, thinking of the details, providing a safe place for students, and helping them grow. Your other problem is that you're taking feedback from those high up on the food chain and place heavy weight on their concerns and their ideas. You pay little to no regard to those in the trenches who will have to figure out the logistics and add more to their overflowing plates to carry out your ideas. You are hurting the future of this state in more ways than one with these proposed changes. One of my favorite characters in history, Theodore Roosevelt, once said complaining about a problem without proposing a solution is called whining. Those here and in meetings past have been providing you small solutions and have yet to see how you're taking them. I know that you're listening and taking notes, but the presentation today didn't show any of those inputs being taken into consideration. Now, I'm just one person, but I like challenges. I've been listening to concerns and brainstorming in my very fleeting moments of downtime between 2 jobs, 5 kids, and 4-H. And this is what I came up with with 14 hours of work, this little PowerPoint here. Now, this may still present some challenges. It's not perfect, but that would need to be worked out. But my highlights are this. This is 2 options for Hoosier students with strong foundations that allow flexibility and a focus on their intended post-secondary direction. I talked to people who know more than I do, and I made changes and worked with the goal to keep Indiana students safe, academically strong, and competitive in the direction of their choosing. This also has middle schoolers preparing for their future in a more developmentally appropriate way. This is the product of my ideas over the course of a few found hours of freedom and listening to feedback. Again, I offer my assistance in helping you create a better diploma for my students and my children. Until you contact me, or if you're willing to discuss this after the meeting, my ideas here in that PowerPoint will have to be a starting point. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now break until 1 p.m. We'll come back.
How many we have left? I have a 1 o'clock.
We have All right, let's go ahead. Okay, we're live, great. Let's go ahead and get started again. So we have Carl Cease, Jill Thrasher Reed, and then Louisa Legrado.
Hi, my name is Carl Cease. I want to thank you for your resilience and endurance.
You're welcome.
Listening to the comments. I live in Delphi and taught, retired 3 years ago from teaching at Twin Lakes High School most recently. And I happen to be on the ballot for the State House representative for District 38 at the current time. I went into teaching wanting to expand students' horizons, first as a social studies teacher, and then later on as a world language teacher, and I most recently was a teacher of Spanish. My concern is that at the very time that Indiana must be better engaged broadly on a global basis, we are narrowing our expectations of how our citizens think and how our students learn. When I moved back to Indiana, I was appalled at how little Hoosier students now understand about geography, instruction of which has not been required for years. Now we're preparing, it appears, to eliminate any required world history instruction. Future problems are global problems, and we need to teach students to think globally. The new diploma guidelines propose to eliminate required geometry and any math higher than Algebra 1 as a required course. Geometry helps students learn to think deductively, an indispensable way of thinking. The new diploma proposals appear to eliminate any required coursework in the fine arts, including vocal and instrumental music and graphic and performing arts. We need future students who are able and willing to think creatively, which is a key outcome of fine arts instruction. As I became a teacher of world language, I learned that research shows that using a second language utilizes more parts of the brain. Through learning a foreign language, though learning a foreign language can be frustrating, it intrinsically raises a student's problem-solving skills and self-confidence. The new diploma seems to prioritize preparing students to be workers and doers. Please, let's not sacrifice preparing students to be decision makers and critical thinkers. We cannot afford to turn out students who are not global, logical, creative, self-confident problem solvers. We need to be preparing students to know the various paradigms of how to think. Thank you.
Thank you, Carl. Jill Thrasher Reed, Louisa Legrado, Nancy Goswami.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I am, after sitting and listening to everybody out there and everybody here, I am really pleased to hear that everyone from Mr. Sandlin to Dr. Jenner are passionate about this work and are also not letting that ink dry yet and are flexible and taking in some ideas from us. So I wanted to get that out there first. While there are obviously several concerns regarding the implementation of the proposed Indiana high school diploma, I would like to specifically address how the update affects a student's ability to pursue world language studies. I work at North Central High School in Indianapolis. This is my 25th year there and my 28th year of teaching French. Data on second language acquisition provides a body of evidence that has proven the earlier a child learns a language, as young as preschool, the more proficient they are. Yet the proposed update appears to neglect world language courses until 11th grade, and I understand there's been lots of feedback about that. On behalf of my North Central world language colleagues, we would suggest adding world language courses in writing in the verified coursework under communication and collaboration starting in 9th grade and earlier. So as one of the competencies of this proposed update is communication and collaboration, continuing to teach world language at the middle school and high school level must be specifically included and emphasized. A separate body of evidence has proven that learning a new language helps students increase their standardized test scores through improved vocabulary aptitude, critical reading skills, and better memory recall. It logically follows that these skills also improve their English and writing in school. We teachers see it firsthand every day. As one of the competencies of this proposed update is academic mastery, continuing to teach world language at the middle school and high school level must be specifically included and emphasized. Another fact to consider is that through learning a second language, students are gaining skills that employers need: communication, teamwork, adaptability, and open-mindedness. Our World Language Department currently travels with students to Quebec, Mexico, Spain, France, and Costa Rica. These are all experiential learning opportunities. Additionally, we have hosted students from France, Germany, and Japan at various times. Through these experiences, students gain a wealth of skills and cultural experiences that inform their future interactions, education, and jobs. These are often the skills that give them an advantage when seeking employment. We have had countless students describe how their experience with language at our school has truly changed the trajectory of their lives. As one of the competencies of this proposed update is post-secondary readiness, continuing to teach world language at the middle school and high school level must be specifically included and emphasized. In our school alone, there are over 50 countries and languages represented. With our ever-shrinking world, we have an opportunity to benefit from a dynamic global interdependency. As we speak, although they finished for the morning, our school is developing a new course for heritage French speakers because the need is here and now. This follows 2 to 3 years that we've already had multiple level heritage Spanish courses. We do not live in a monolingual or monocultural society, and that is a civics lesson that cannot be ignored. As one of the competencies of this proposed update is civic literacy, continuing to teach world language at the middle school and high school level must be specifically included and emphasized. Finally, data shows us that purposefully including world language education in a student's middle school and high school career has benefits within and beyond the classroom. So we have been wondering why world languages were not specifically named in the credentials of value for this proposed update. Is it that Indiana does not value other cultures, peoples, or languages or worldview? I hope not. It doesn't sound like it. Is it that Indiana does not value the heritage of students who are learning English as a new language and families that come from another culture or language? I don't think so, and I hope not. Is it that Indiana does not value its experts, in this case the teachers, and are using experts from outside of the state? I hope not. Okay. The reality is that as teachers on the front line of education and with students, we know how students are changing and what they need in the future more than any other group of individuals. We would not trust our child's health to an outsourced expert or another field of medicine, nor should we do that with their education. I appreciate and I hope that decision makers will please truly listen to feedback you are receiving on this proposed change and consult with Indiana's experts even more. I will close with a few rhetorical questions, although the crowd is much smaller. You don't need to raise your hands. How many of you speak a second language? How many of you wish you could speak a second language? How many of us want our children to have the opportunity to learn another language and all the cultural knowledge and ancillary skills that come with it? For the sake of a well-rounded workforce and future generations, continuing to teach world language at the middle school and high school level must be specifically included and emphasized in this proposed Indiana Diploma update. That's a good solution. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jill. Luisa Legrado, Nancy Goswami, Michelle Higgs.
Muy buenas tardes a todos, porque no son la mañana. Me llamo Luis Lagrado, and I am your 2006 Indiana Teacher of the Year, as well as your 2003-2017 Teacher of the Year chosen by the Indiana Foreign Language Teacher Association, also known as IFLTA, and I'll use that throughout the rest of my talk. I'm currently a retired Spanish teacher from MSD Washington Township, a colleague of Jill, who just spoke to us so eloquently. And I spent the majority of my 30-year career teaching Spanish at West Lane Middle School for 22 years and North Central for 4. I'm here today to give my support for the endeavors being made on crafting the best high school redesign for graduation pathways for our students in Indiana, and why not for the United States. I do firmly believe we're on the right track, even though we have to consider everyone's input. So today I want to celebrate all the teachers and community members who came today to share their concerns participating in this process of working together to bring awareness, recommendations, and an attitude of open communication and collaboration. Please note that tab. That's very important to us in world languages, communication and collaboration. And this is also for the future of our students. My philosophy of teaching has always been based on a modern version of the 3 R's of teaching and learning via relationships, rigor, and relevancy. Today we've heard people talk about the relationships and the rigor, and I also like to emphasize our relevancy here. Relationships, and this is just a personal bit of history, but it's important to me because I'm not a Hoosier, but I have some amazing awards on my wall in the living room that say I am a Hoosier at heart for what I've done. As a world language educator, my passion for teaching languages to children and teenagers always included their parents, our school building, my peers across the state, via the multiple professional organizations that advocate for language learning and understanding through the diversity of cultures reflected by their languages spoken in Indiana and abroad. And as you heard, just in one building, over 50 languages represent multiple cultures, more than 50, just at North Central alone. My relationship with Indiana Department of Education began professionally before I was a teacher in 1987, when I was hired as a bilingual administrative assistant, supporting a small team of education consultants who worked with language minority and migrant populations. Their work and dedication inspired me to consider a career change into education. I had formerly been in the hotel industry. So in 1990, I graduated with my Master's of Arts for Teachers from IU Bloomington and acquired my secondary level license to teach Spanish. My next opportunity to work with the IDOE was in 2006 when I accepted the sabbatical as the teacher in residence offered to me as a result of being selected the 2006 Indiana Teacher of the Year. I had the honor of serving with other accomplished language educators, including a former student of mine and another one who's helping us with the AV equipment today.
Which one?
Joey at Westlake.
His birthday today, did you know that?
Oh, feliz cumpleaños, mira hombre, qué bien. Do you remember the song? Estas son las, okay, well, we'll go another day. The other actually is Jill Werner, who is an incredible Spanish teacher and educator, not here today, but she supports what we're doing here. And I had her as a sophomore when I was at Monrovia, junior, high school. So I think of my impact is because world languages truly changes the way we see the world. And I started my own studies when I was just in 8th grade back in Shaker Heights, Ohio. This honor of serving with other accomplished language educators, including former students and innovative work that we've done, the thing that I did most in my sabbatical was to work together with other world language consultants, a new one that was just hired, and the director of international education, Katharina Blitzer. The 3 of us formed a new alliances across the state of Indiana, advocating for greater need for all students to have access to learning world languages. I also worked with Jill Werner and other educators and professors to create some outstanding academic standards for world languages that started with elementary grades, with separate strands also for the East Asian languages. They were quite innovative for 2006-2007 school year, and we still refer to them from time to time when we talk. Today, in my retirement, I continue to work on a cohort group of the current and prior Teachers of the Year to select the next Teacher of the Year for Indiana. We are dedicated to celebrating and promoting Indiana teachers because of their excellence, their pedagogical talent, and passion for sharing it forward to their students, colleagues, and school communities. And I serve on the Advocacy Committee of IFLTA. By doing so, I've attended 4 annual language advocacy days via virtual meetings organized by the Joint National Committee for Languages in Washington, D.C., allowing us to connect with our legislators on policies being presented to Congress that impact world language education at the national, state, and local level. Those relationships matter, and what I do like about our paradigm for the redesign is that we are talking about relationships. Kids will have opportunities to have relationships in and outside the classroom. Rigor is the next thing I'd like to emphasize. One meaning from Oxford Languages Dictionary defines rigor as thoroughness and exhaustiveness, the gold standard for a good teacher. That's in the dictionary, guys. I know my desire of creating awesome lesson plans and their implementation required rigor because every day I wanted my students to experience the environment of living another language for at least one class period. It took a thoroughness of detailed work and a ton of energy to implement on the daily. I see the opportunity with some refinement in the proposed high school redesign, which will require an authentic rigor to implement. And I don't wish that on anyone as far as how much work it's going to take, but it's going to take a lot of rigor. And I want to make sure that rigor is, it matches the needs of every student that's going to go into a high school setting so that they're all pushed, but at the level and ability that they're capable of accepting in that rigor. This is shared, going to be revised, and going to be voted on later this summer into the fall, with a community of educators and stakeholders working together. Our relationships, and you've heard plenty of us organizations that represent the content areas that are spoken specifically and beautifully today on world languages and social studies and the fine arts. It will need to be thoroughly and exhaustively reviewed and considered from all viewpoints. My colleagues from IFLTA and other content area organizations have already shared so much today, so I'm not going to repeat that. But they've shared it with their eloquence and their passion and their love, and I hope you have received that and you understand that. The relevancy of every day, each teacher knows that keeping their students' attention in check is based on the relevancy of the material being taught and how valuable it is or why it matters to their lives personally. Every world language teacher knows that their content area is the teaching of language communication to expand their students' understanding of the world locally and globally, and rigorously done in another language, that's our goal anyway, as much as possible within a class period and beyond the classroom. Hence why these other opportunities for students to learn outside the classroom are absolutely valid and applaudable. So please listen to these recommendations with the 3 R's and note how relationships, rigor, and relevancy for our endeavors today can positively impact all of our graduating students for tomorrow. And I'm just going to say the 3 that we're talking about because they cover all 3 tabs of our GPS plan. In component number 1, the foundational courses for communication and collaboration, please add all world language courses that we currently have listed at the DOE for levels 1 and 2 for 4 credits total. In component 2, for employability skills for GPS and GPS Plus diplomas, please add global engagement and competency capstone. That would also work beautifully with social studies like world history. In component 3, under post-secondary ready competencies, please add the Certificate of Multilingual Proficiency to the GPS Plus list of credentials of value. And just to let you all know, that's not a scary thing. We have almost 1,000 students in Indiana who've already received the comp on their diplomas. And the great majority of those students have mastered English as a new language or possibly their second language, but have taken tests in their first language and had all the skill sets to be able to accomplish the score required, which is generally a 4 or 5, like on an AP exam, by the time they left high school. So those are absolutely beautiful certificates that really show a competency that we're trying to encourage so that all our students can function and do greater work. Essentially, we are all asking for transparency and accountability. in any of our major services provided by our government agencies that serve us fiscally, heal and protect us, as well as educate us in our communities. And to quote the IFLTA authors of our 3 asks, and to all of you, I just want you to know that Indiana tries to focus on the post-secondary goals of its students by focusing on employment, enlistment, and enrollment. We ask that you also consider what these 3 areas ask for its applicants. World language education is vital to our economy, national security, and well-being for our students. We cover all 3 E's when you're talking about world language education and its global impact for all of us. Thank you. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you, Louisa. Nancy Goswami, Michelle Higgs, Jennifer Smith-Margroff.
Hello, my name is Nancy Goswami. Good afternoon, Dr. Jenner and members of the board and remaining audience members. I came up here, I had prepared something last night, but I'll start with this. While I was sitting here, I looked up what are the purposes of education, and there were many answers to this. Contribute to civic and economic progress in adverse and changing society. Help people become better citizens. Social mobility. Create informed citizenry. Explore passions and interests. Socialization. Empowers us to be well-informed, active citizens, and gives us the opportunity to change the world around us. I am a mother of 24-year-old triplets, married to my husband is from India. I am a native of Louisiana. So I hear that, as I'm hearing that my new home here in Indiana is considering eliminating world languages in the schools. My home state of Louisiana has French immersion schools and Spanish immersion schools, not just programs, but schools, because they understand, and they're bringing in native speakers from different countries because they understand how important learning other languages and learning about other cultures are not only to economically, but personally, which recently and in my travels in Europe and throughout France, going to visit some of my very distant relatives, it was helpful that my son is fluent, speaks French fluently. Traveling in South America and through Chile, it was helpful that one of my daughters speaks Spanish fluently. And we were very grateful that they learned those languages here in the public schools in Indiana, and also through their own interests and through encouragement from their teachers and, of course, my husband and I. This is something that I did prepare. It is my understanding that changes to redesign high school graduation requirements will place more emphasis on work experience and less on academics. Changes that will include less advanced math, social studies, world history, and languages in favor of more work experience, as college admissions are stagnating across the state. The changes will force school students to determine their graduation plans in middle school. How many of us here knew what we wanted to be in middle school? I certainly didn't. I wanted to be a spy, and I went into nursing. Where is the emphasis on values, character, life skills, or intellectual skills? High school is the time when students should be encouraged to aim high with integrity, exploration, and service to others. With guidance and nurturing, students can be empowered to rise to the challenges they will face tomorrow in a globally competitive world, that they can achieve more than they think is possible. certain European countries, I'm not sure if any of you are aware of this, certain European countries are referring to the United States as a second world country. Why would Indiana lower academic requirements in our public schools at this crucial time? The big question is, who benefits? As far as the workforce placement of the students, how many guidance counselors will we have to guide college-bound students? Do we have funding for that while our public schools are currently being defunded? Who controls access to students while they're determining their path? Who will be the gatekeepers? Who will have access to those students to influence their decisions? Yes. And also, too, at a time we're encouraging students to get workforce experience at a time when states are rolling back child labor laws and protections in the workforce, in the workplace. Just last year, a 16-year-old child was killed in one of these large chicken farms. I think it was a Tyson chicken manufacturing and produce processing plant. Is money being paid to the employers to supervise the students? Are education funds being siphoned away from our public schools and into the hands of employers under the guise of that they need workforce, more workforce experience for our students? Who's supervising the students? Who will ensure their safety? Who will pay for the background checks of all the employees that are in that workspace? And how will the students, who will ensure their safety? Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. Michelle Higgs, Jennifer Smith Margroff, Rita Taylor. Hello.
Hello. Thank you, Dr. Jenner and state board members, for hearing our questions and concerns today. My name is Michelle Higgs. In my past, I have served as a PTA president and on several school and foundation boards, most notably serving on committee for WASC accreditation for the Los Angeles High School for the Arts, the nation's premier public school arts conservatory. Therefore, I do not envy you this responsibility. I'm also currently a candidate for state representative for House District 60. However, I'm here today speaking as a mother of a student entering 7th grade for whom these proposed high school graduation requirements will directly impact. In other words, while I appreciate Indiana taking the lead in this reimagining of education, I'm deeply concerned by the following statement taken from the presentation, Rethinking High School, the Future of Indiana Diploma, March 2024, of which several of these slides were. The quote is, Indiana is the first state in the nation to significantly redesign diplomas, which means there is no roadmap. This will not be perfect, but we must start somewhere. So I ask, does somewhere mean a complete overhaul beginning with my 7th grader? Is my son's graduating class an experiment? And how does our current Core 40 compare to the proposed requirement where academic mastery is only 20% of the GPS 40 graduation requirement? Is that 20% academic mastery sufficient enough to be competitive? And will the academic seals be accepted by most employers who still require a college degree? And particularly when HR online submissions have a checkbox for education, and oftentimes they do not include apprenticeship. They start with a college degree, and that is your first filter. Also, will these new requirements apply to our charter and private schools? Or will this drive more Hoosiers to remove their students and our tax dollars from public schools to for-profit institutions offering classic education? According to the same slide deck, students ages 14 and 15 will be required to choose 3 of 6 competencies to satisfy work ethic, of which one is an external paid job. What infrastructure is in place to protect 14 and 15-year-olds from exploitation? For students who want to receive credit for a paid outside job, who will be in charge, the employer or the school? Who negotiates their pay? In a right-to-work state, what guarantees are afforded a student whose diploma requirement is tied to outside employment? And what is the impact on this student 5, 10, 15 years down the road? Are we improving our children's chances within emerging industries or merely supplying an experienced low-wage workforce? Especially for rural and low-income students, who is responsible for their transportation to these jobs? I love the idea that was presented about cohorts, and that is something to really explore, especially because it does tie in a lot of relational and team building. For those planning for a military enlistment track, what requirements are there for National Guard? Our National Guard has been called to overseas duty. What protections are in place to prevent a 16 or 17-year-old from being called into active service? Lastly, our students must have flexibility and ownership over academic goals and career plans. This requires a significant commitment to their support. Part of the solution must be to introduce academic success advisors for middle and high school students. And in college, most students have an undergraduate advisor who helps them chart this academic progress, also supports them with resources, and helps them make informed decisions that allow for flexibility, even changing goals midway through. That same support must be available for Hoosier middle and high school students. Unless our state legislature is prepared to invest heavily in this endeavor, the cost burden to our school districts will disproportionately impact already underfunded schools, risking further closure. It is no small undertaking to reimagine education for the 21st century, and I applaud your desire to lead in this endeavor. As Gandhi said, "Whatever is done for me, but not done with me, is done to me." I believe that as long as those closest to the class of 2030 and beyond, students, parents like myself, teachers, counselors, and school administrators, as long as we remain at the center of this conversation, the correct roadmap will emerge. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Michelle. Jennifer Smith Margroff, Rita Taylor, Sandra Vose. And I just, for my team, my 1:30, is David taking that? Thank you very much. I don't want to stand someone up who's waiting for me on a call. Okay.
That would
back
not
to
be
you.
good.
Yes.
Good afternoon, members of the State Board. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Jennifer Smith Margraff. I'm a Spanish teacher at Tecumseh Junior High School in Lafayette, and I serve as Vice President of the Indiana State Teachers Association. We all share a common goal to support our students and ensure the success of Indiana's future. With this shared commitment in mind, I would like to address the proposed changes to Indiana's high school diplomas. While we appreciate the intent to strengthen our current diplomas, the proposal raises several significant issues that need to be addressed to truly serve the best interests of our students and educators. ISTA, representing thousands of members, stands ready to collaborate and offer a voice for educators throughout this process. First, regarding the balance between flexibility and rigor in the diploma options. The proposed Flex 40 model lacks the necessary rigor, while the Flex 40 Plus is unattainably rigorous for many students and challenging for numerous schools. Rural and small school corporations may lack the resources necessary to provide students with the external work-based learning opportunities. Additionally, the requirement for a written work-based learning partnership agreement and plan between a student and an employer raises questions about who will be responsible for writing, filing, tracking, and enforcing these agreements. This is a significant administrative burden that needs addressing. We recommend introducing a middle ground diploma option that balances flexibility and rigor, ensuring it meets academic standards and diverse student needs. Also, a centralized tracking system managed by school districts should be developed with clear guidelines and support for students and educators to document and verify out-of-school learning experiences. Next, on the issue of early specialization. We believe that requiring students to choose a specific educational path as early as middle school is premature and may limit their ability to explore different interests in high school. Expecting students at such a young age to make lasting decisions about their futures is unreasonable. We recommend implementing regular review points where students can adjust their course trajectories, allowing for more flexibility in changing educational pathways throughout high school. Addressing equity and access to off-site learning. As you've heard, transportation to off-site learning opportunities poses a significant equity challenge, potentially disadvantaging students from lower socioeconomic backgrounds. We recommend leveraging our successful and existing career centers to provide accessible, high-quality learning opportunities within local communities. Additionally, the state should provide additional funding for transportation solutions, such as school-provided shuttles, to ensure that all students have equal access to these opportunities. Regarding the implications for transferring students. Under the proposed system, the transition for students moving between districts or from out of state poses challenges, particularly for our districts along Indiana's borders, which you also heard today. We recommended standardized guidelines for credit transfer and pathway equivalencies to ensure smooth transitions for transferring students. On the proposed grade requirements, which you have not heard much about today, we're concerned that the proposed mandate requiring students to earn a grade of C or higher in every single course, not a 2.0 average, a C in every single course, that counts for the foundational coursework in the 9th and 10th grades, and points for the 11th and 12th grades, will require students taking a D or earning a D to retake these courses. This requirement will have a huge impact on school scheduling and resource allocation. We recommend reviewing the grading requirements and considering the potential impact on school resources and student progression, ensuring a balanced approach that supports student success without overwhelming our schools. And lastly, regarding maintaining a broad educational perspective. Nearly everyone we've talked to is concerned that the proposal's focus on workforce readiness overshadows the importance of creating well-rounded citizens with a broad worldview. Specifically, the elimination of required courses such as world history and world languages, and the lumping of civic literacy with miscellaneous subjects like financial literacy downplays the importance of preparing active and informed citizens. We ask that you integrate essential courses such as world history and world languages into the diploma requirements. Additionally, we recommend separating civic literacy from financial and digital literacy and making civic education a standalone requirement to emphasize its importance. In conclusion, we urge the board to carefully consider these concerns and propose solutions to ensure the new diploma structure is equitable, rigorous, and genuinely beneficial for all Hoosier students, no matter their zip code. ISTA is committed to working collaboratively with the board and all stakeholders to provide educators with a strong voice and develop solutions that reflect the reality of our classrooms. By extending the implementation timeline, we can ensure thorough preparation and piloting of the new diploma structure, guaranteeing that all stakeholders, especially parents, are adequately prepared. Thank you very much for your time and attention today.
Thank you, Jennifer. Rita Taylor, Sarah Vose.
Good afternoon, State Board members. My name is Rita Taylor. My pronouns are she, her, and hers. I am a middle school teacher in Evansville, Indiana, an ordained pastor, a strategist, and a member of the largest labor union in the United States, the National Educators Association, and representing ISTA and the Evansville Teachers Association. All that means is I have a lot of degrees and I cannot afford my student loans. Unlike most of the colleagues here today, I've been teaching in the classroom for less than 5 years. Most of my career has been spent in the corporate sector. While working at 2 major global companies, I managed the new hire process for many years. My primary concern was finding potential employees who could pass the pre-test to show mastery in basic grammar, math, and reading comprehension. As a K-12 educator, I am dismayed at the decline in those skills, especially reading comprehension. 10 years ago, I feared Indiana would lose corporations to other states due to an inability to fill positions. Today, as an educator, my previous dismay has transitioned to anger, frustration, and distress. Most of my middle school students are unable to read on a grade level, and even those who can read often are unable to decode what was read. The thought that they will be required to choose a graduation path in middle school is disheartening because they still cannot choose between a comma and a period. As I study and continue to educate myself on this crisis, I am even more disturbed about the reduced instruction they will encounter as high school students. I recognize English, science, and math are the foundational content areas. However, students need to be immersed in social studies, government, world languages, economics, physical education, and creative arts in all of their years of high school. Side note, I wonder how much of these changes are influenced by what is considered a teacher shortage. As we look at ways to educate students, the answers are not in AI educators. Students need a human who can read, feel, and think and see them beyond their test scores. As an educator, I recognize there isn't a teacher shortage. There is a refusal to pay educators a reasonable salary shortage. But I digress. While attempting to make students work ready by adding flexibility to earn points with work time, it does not address the basic needs of reading comprehension. We are sending students into the world who are unable to understand knowledge-based systems. While they can be trained using hands-on methods, they will not understand the basic skills employers require to not just do the task, but understand the task. But that's for the students in larger cities who have access to job training, because otherwise it's a roadblock to those who do not have ways to work that's within walking distance. Yet before we can even address high school, we must first look at K through 8. Today, students are passed from grade to grade without showing mastery in any content areas. Many of my students have never passed the majority of their classes starting at kindergarten, yet they are still eligible for high school studies. Creating more AI to help them correct their work is not the answer. While we give corporations tax cuts, we aren't giving them an educated pool of potential employees. We are encouraging employers and employees to use AI and robots instead of humans. As you attempt to industrialize education, Indiana is better than this. We must reimagine curriculums. We must reimagine CTE. We must reimagine the process and requirements for student promotion prior to 9th grade. While more students will graduate using these proposed changes, current data is showing a decline in them passing any college entrance exams. A recent article in Ed Study reveals that there's a steady decline in students passing both the ACT and the SAT, especially students not from wealthy families. Instead of providing external flexibility, we have the opportunity to add this flexibility within our school systems. 30 years ago, my high school in Memphis, Tennessee offered an on-site cosmetology school, an on-site daycare center with credential access, and an auto mechanic shop with credential access. My middle school offered woodworking and carpentry. That was 30 years ago. We have that opportunity to bring the trades and employment access within individual schools, allowing equitable access, and to provide additional opportunities to master present and future standards, but only after salaries match the experience and skills we possess. While we will increase diploma attainment, we are decreasing knowledge attainment. I also fear we are continuing to colonize education by limiting access to culturally inclusive education. We must lead the charge of educating humans and not developing ways to graduate students who depend on AI because we have failed to fund and educate supporters and educators. We cannot continue to start addressing diploma attainment at 8th grade. Your constituents deserve better, our students deserve better, and educators deserve better.
Thank you, Rita. Sandra Vose.
Hi, I'm Sandra Voss. I'm a teacher, a parent. I'm the president of the FWEA, the Fort Wayne Teachers Association. And everyone here has been so eloquent, and they have outlined so many of the problems and concerns with the GPS diploma that I'm not going to restate all of them by any means. But what I am going to do is point out that what also was evident is that our current diploma structure is doing a pretty darn good job. Our academic honors diploma is tracking kids to go to college. We have kids who are getting plenty of workforce experience and internships, and that's counting towards their graduations. So we have a system that is working. And the need to throw the baby out with the bathwater really just isn't there. There is not a sense of urgency that we have to fix something that's broken, because our system is not broken. There is some statutory language, which I have right here, that says that there has to be some changes because the current diploma is going to be expiring. But there is nothing that says that you cannot renew and re-up the current structure and just fold in some of these new statutory requirements, which actually are pretty minimal. We already have competencies that are taught in our arts classes. A lot of the competencies as outlined in the GPS diploma aren't really well defined, and some of them are not even attainable. So those could be cleaned up and folded into our already existing core 40-ish requirements pretty darn easily. It'd also be quite easy to take the workforce requirements and put those into your technical honors diploma. We have a structure that is working. We've only had it in place for a couple years, and yet we are seeing some good positive results. The sense of urgency to throw out something that is working well and to start anew and to make our students basically experiment subjects for no reason, there really is no reason. The current 7th graders should not be treated as if we're going to throw everything out and you guys here, we'll see what happens with you. We should not be gambling with the future of our children. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandra. That is the last public comment for today. So for those of you who stayed the whole time, thank you. And for those joining online, thank you as well. As with last meeting, as I'm sure it will be in July and August and September and October, we anticipate these to be in November. We anticipate these to be really, really long days, but very, very important to hear the thoughts, the feedback. There are certainly some policy suggestions, some of which I can affirm are going to move. We're going to make adjustments. There are also some, I think, communication areas that certainly in reflecting that we can improve upon too. And one such example that was mentioned several times that I'll just go ahead and clarify, like I'm 100% with you. In no way do we want middle schoolers making that decision for what's ahead. And so if that's something that we have communicated, we need to fix that, and I'll own that. And that's one of several different examples that I heard either today or that we've pulled out in themes from the feedback loops that we've already started. So more ahead, and just really, really appreciate all of your time. So on that note, do we have a motion to adjourn? Motion, second. Thank you all very much.